architectures they adopt, and the formal declarations they issue fundamentally change how they are viewed under international law. The differences between these three approaches come down to three things: territorial claims, institutional structure, and diplomatic intent. 1. Organization fighting for self-determination, no redeclaration. This is typically a political movement, advocacy group, or liberation front, operating either inside the territory or abroad. The legal status. They are viewed as a political pressure group or non-state actor. They do not claim to be the government. They are fighting to create or free a state. The goal. They are advocating for the right of a distinct population to determine their own political status. Why no redeclaration? They generally focus on the ongoing struggle, internal political mobilization, or building international awareness. They have not taken the formal step of proclaiming an existing functional alternative state apparatus. 2. Government in exile. No redeclaration. A traditional government in exile is a political group that claims to be the legitimate government of an existing, recognized country, but is temporarily unable to exercise its power because of foreign occupation, a coup, or annexation. The legal status. International law heavily favors established governments that are pushed out by illegal force. If a recognized state is invaded, its government can flee abroad and retain its international legal recognition. For example, the Polish government in exile during World War II, or Kuwait's government in Saudi Arabia during the 1990 Gulf War. The goal: to preserve the continuity of the original state and eventually return to power under the existing constitutional framework. Why no redeclaration? They do not need to redeclare anything, because, in their view and the view of their allies, the state's legal existence never ended. The original Constitution and Declaration of Independence remain uninterrupted, only the physical control of the territory has been lost. 3. Government in exile that issues a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country. This is a highly specific diplomatic hybrid. It typically represents a movement that does not have widespread, active recognition from the UN or global superpowers, but is claiming the legacy of a historical territory or a previously suppressed state. The legal status. Because they lack the baseline international recognition of a traditional government in exile, the peaceful redeclaration serves as an official bid for diplomatic visibility. The goal: by combining the structure of a government in exile with a formal redeclaration, they are asserting that a historical injustice or unlawful annexation occurred, and that they are formally reviving that specific sovereign entity. The role of the redeclaration, the prefix re, is explicitly used to bypass the difficult hurdle of creating a brand new state. Instead, they argue they are reclaiming an interrupted sovereignty. Framing it as peaceful is a deliberate strategy to show the international community that they seek recognition through diplomacy, treaties, and international law rather than armed conflict. Summary comparison. Metric. Organization for self-determination. Traditional government in exile. Government in exile with redeclaration. Claim to authority. Represents a people's right to choose their future. Represents the legal continuity of an occupied, recognized state. Represents the revival of a historically suppressed or dissolved state. Primary legal basis. UN Charter Principles on Human Rights and Self-Determination. State sovereignty, territorial integrity, and anti-aggression laws. Historical continuity combined with a peaceful bid for new recognition. Viewed by global community, non-state political actor or advocacy movement. Often retains official embassies and diplomatic recognition, evaluated case by case based on geopolitical interests and factual control. The shift from the 1884 Treaties of Protection, signed between British consuls and the kings and chiefs of the old eastern region/oil rivers, to the creation of One Nigeria in 1914 is one of the most critical turning points in West African history. From an indigenous perspective, the British absolutely broke these treaties. The original agreements were signed as treaties of protection and trade partnership, not as a surrender of sovereignty or land ownership. However, Britain unilaterally cast them aside to build a unified colony. Britain abandoned these treaties and chose a unified Nigeria for several clear strategic reasons. 1. The financial crisis, the rich South subsidizing the North. By the early 1900s, Britain was running two separate protectorates, the Northern Nigeria Protectorate and the Southern Nigeria Protectorate, which included the old Eastern region. The problem: the Northern Protectorate was a massive financial burden for the British Imperial Treasury. It was landlocked, expensive to military police, and generating very little revenue. Meanwhile, the Southern Protectorate was highly lucrative due to customs duties on palm oil and sea trade. The solution, the British Colonial Office, decided that instead of using British taxpayers' money to fund the North, they would merge the two regions. By creating one Nigeria, the budget surplus from the South was directly used to cover the financial deficits of the North. Lord Lugard famously referred to this arrangement as a marriage between a rich wife of substance, the South, and a poor husband, the North. 2. The shift from partnership to direct imperialism, the Berlin Conference. When British consul Edward Hewitt signed the 1884 treaties with Eastern kings and chiefs, such as Opobo, Calabar, Bonny, and Brass, Britain's primary goal was to secure trade monopolies over palm oil and keep rival European powers like France and Germany out. However, the 1884 to 1885 Berlin Conference completely changed the rules of global politics. The European powers agreed on the principle of effective occupation. To claim a territory, a European country could no longer just show a piece of paper signed by a local king. They had to physically control, govern, and administer the land. Consequently, Britain viewed the original 1884 treaties as temporary stepping stones. Once international competition intensified, they shifted from a policy of protecting independent trade partners to direct colonial rule. When local leaders like King Jaja of Opobo insisted that the 1884 treaties protected their sovereign rights, the British removed them by force. 3. Administrative and infrastructure efficiency. Running separate colonial administrations was inefficient and created logistical headaches for the British Empire. The British wanted to build railway networks and telegraph lines stretching from the northern hinterlands down to the southern Atlantic ports, like Port Harcourt and Lagos, to export cash crops smoothly. Having different legal systems, budgets, and administrative structures across the Niger area slowed down British economic exploitation. Amalgamation under a centralized Governor-General, Lord Lugard, allowed the British to treat the entire region as a single economic bloc. How the treaties were legally broken. Under British legal interpretations of the era, the Crown relied on the Foreign Jurisdiction Act. This allowed the British government to argue that over time, through usage and sufferance, a mere treaty of protection transformed into full British sovereignty. To the local populations of the old eastern region, this was a clear violation of trust. The treaties explicitly promised that Britain would not interfere with internal governance or take indigenous lands. By unilaterally forcing the eastern region into an administrative marriage with the west and north in 1914 without the consent of the original treaty signatories, Britain effectively dissolved the legal agreements it had made 30 years prior. To learn more about the physical history of this transition, watch this short documentary on the Amalgamation House. It provides an insightful look at the preserved colonial building in Ikotabasi, where Lord Lugard oversaw the administrative merger that created Nigeria. The idea that there is a secret document or a hidden legal pact given to northern Nigeria by the British, such as a secret 100-year lease, a treaty, or an explicit decree stating that the amalgamation was strictly a gift for the North, is a widespread political narrative and urban legend in Nigeria. In historical and legal reality, no such secret document exists. However, the reason this idea is so popular is because the actual public documents and letters written by Lord Frederick Lugard and the British Colonial Office made it completely clear that the amalgamation was designed to use the South to sustain the North. The real historical records that explain why people believe a secret deal existed include 1. The rich wife, poor husband memorandums. Instead of a secret document, there are the official, confidential proposals on the amalgamation of Nigeria, submitted by Lord Lugard to the British Colonial Office in May 1913. In these administrative reports and subsequent speeches, Lugard openly laid out the economic strategy for the merger. He famously described the union using a blunt matrimonial analogy. Northern Nigeria was the poor husband,
Nada más.
firms entirely, using executive-to-executive statecraft to force recognition. A comprehensive breakdown of African nations that utilized a provisional government, a government in exile, GIE, or a unilateral/peaceful declaration to secure international recognition, shows how these transitions were achieved. The core, governments in exile, and provisional proclamations, these nations explicitly formed alternative governments abroad or in liberated zones, using direct diplomatic networks to secure sovereign recognition. 1. Algeria, 1958 to 1962. The strategy formed the Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, in exile, based in the process of African decolonization relied entirely on regional unity, international law, and the voting machinery of the United Nations and the Organization of African Unity, OAU. African leaders bypassed Western legislators and Washington, D.C. lobbying firms entirely, using executive-to-executive statecraft to force recognition. A comprehensive breakdown of African nations that utilized a provisional government, a government in exile, GIE, or a unilateral/peaceful declaration to secure international recognition, shows how these transitions were achieved. The core, governments in exile, and provisional proclamations, these nations explicitly formed alternative governments abroad or in liberated zones, using direct diplomatic networks to secure sovereign recognition. 1. Algeria, 1958 to 1962. The strategy formed the Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, in exile. The shift from the 1884 Treaties of Protection, signed between British consuls and the kings and chiefs of the old Eastern region/oil rivers, to the creation of One Nigeria in 1914 is one of the most critical turning points in West African history. From an indigenous perspective, the British absolutely broke these treaties. The original agreements were signed as treaties of protection and trade partnership, not as a surrender of sovereignty or land ownership. However, Britain unilaterally cast them aside to build a unified colony. Britain abandoned these treaties and chose a unified Nigeria for several clear strategic reasons. 1. The financial crisis, the rich South subsidizing the North. By the early 1900s, Britain was running two separate protectorates, the Northern Nigeria Protectorate and the Southern Nigeria Protectorate, which included the old Eastern region. The problem, the Northern Protectorate was a massive financial burden for the British Imperial Treasury. It was landlocked, expensive to military police, and generating very little revenue. Meanwhile, the Southern Protectorate was highly lucrative due to customs duties on palm oil and sea trade. The solution, the British Colonial Office, decided that instead of using British taxpayers' money to fund the North, they would merge the two regions. By creating one Nigeria, the budget surplus from the South was directly used to cover the financial deficits of the North. Lord Lugard famously referred to this arrangement as a marriage between a rich wife of substance, the South, and a poor husband, the North. 2. The shift from partnership to direct imperialism, the Berlin Conference. When British consul Edward Hewitt signed the 1884 treaties with Eastern kings and chiefs, such as Opobo, Calabar, Bonny, and Brass, Britain's primary goal was to secure trade monopolies over palm oil and keep rival European powers like France and Germany out. However, the 1884 to 1885 Berlin Conference completely changed the rules of global politics. The European powers agreed on the principle of effective occupation. To claim a territory, a European country could no longer just show a piece of paper signed by a local king. They had to physically control, govern, and administer the land. Consequently, Britain viewed the original 1884 treaties as temporary stepping stones. Once international competition intensified, they shifted from a policy of protecting independent trade partners to direct colonial rule. When local leaders like King Jaja of Opobo insisted that the 1884 treaties protected their sovereign rights, the British removed them by force. 3. Administrative and infrastructure efficiency. Running separate colonial administrations was inefficient and created logistical headaches for the British Empire. The British wanted to build railway networks and telegraph lines stretching from the northern hinterlands down to the southern Atlantic ports, like Port Harcourt and Lagos, to export cash crops smoothly. Having different legal systems, budgets, and administrative structures across the Niger area slowed down British economic exploitation. Amalgamation under a centralized Governor-General, Lord Lugard, allowed the British to treat the entire region as a single economic bloc. How the treaties were legally broken. Under British legal interpretations of the era, the Crown relied on the Foreign Jurisdiction Act. This allowed the British government to argue that over time, through usage and sufferance, a mere treaty of protection transformed into full British sovereignty. To the local populations of the old Eastern region, this was a clear violation of trust. The treaties explicitly promised that Britain would not interfere with internal governance or take indigenous lands. By unilaterally forcing the Eastern region into an administrative marriage with the West and North in 1914 without the consent of the original treaty signatories, Britain effectively dissolved the legal agreements it had made 30 years prior. To learn more about the physical history of this transition, watch this short documentary on the Amalgamation House. It provides an insightful look at the preserved colonial building in Ikotabasi, where Lord Lugard oversaw the administrative merger that created Nigeria. Here is a documentary that gives an up-close look at the physical history and preserved details of the location. Watch Amalgamation House, Ikotabasi. This video walks through the colonial compound in Akwa Ibom State, exploring the actual structures where the administrative integration was finalized. It captures the architecture, the surrounding landscape, and the lingering artifacts from the era when Lord Lugard executed the merger of the Southern and Northern Protectorates. Title: Amalgamation House, Ikotabasi. Link to YouTube. Key historical elements to look out for in the video. The prefabricated wooden architecture. Notice the raised stilt design and imported European building materials characteristic of early British administrative headquarters in the Niger Delta. The proximity to the waterfront. The building's location right near the river emphasizes how heavily early colonial operations relied on maritime trade access and gunboat diplomacy to control the region. The surrounding colonial complex. Beyond the house itself, the area holds historical sites from the same era, including the warehouse structures of the United Africa Company, UAC, and memorials related to the 1929 Women's War. YouTube video views will be stored in your YouTube history, and your data will be stored and used by YouTube according to its terms of service. YouTube video views will be stored in your YouTube history, and your data will be stored and used by YouTube according to its terms of service. The idea that there is a secret document or a hidden legal pact given to northern Nigeria by the British, such as a secret 100-year lease, a treaty, or an explicit decree stating that the amalgamation was strictly a gift for the North, is a widespread political narrative and urban legend in Nigeria. In historical and legal reality, no such secret document exists. However, the reason this idea is so popular is because the actual public documents and letters written by Lord Frederick Lugard and the British Colonial Office made it completely clear that the amalgamation was designed to use the South to sustain the North. The real historical records that explain why people believe a secret deal existed include 1. The rich wife, poor husband memorandums. Instead of a secret document, there are the official, confidential proposals on the amalgamation of Nigeria, submitted by Lord Lugard to the British Colonial Office in May 1913. In these administrative reports and subsequent speeches, Lugard openly laid out the economic strategy for the merger. He famously described the union using a blunt matrimonial analogy. Northern Nigeria was the poor husband, and southern Nigeria was the rich wife of substance. The British government did not want to spend its own tax revenues to run the vast landlocked Northern Protectorate, which was running a severe financial deficit. By merging them, the budget surplus from the South's palm oil trade and ocean customs.
This means so much to us, especially at this time that we are also fighting, fighting for independence, freedom. What is freedom? Freedom is the breath of life, and also for the dignity of life. That's what freedom is. It's priceless. It's immeasurable. It's worth more than dollars and dimes. And such a sea, the United States of Biafra, the government, and the citizens of Biafra are at this moment. It's something very, very great because it's life in itself. We remember, just as we went to Finland and the redeclaration, it was a great moment. And we are, those of us that went there that had their signature on that redeclaration, that was a moment in time in life. Nothing can ever replace that moment. Even when we are all gone and no more on this planet, it lives forever. That's the same spirit, the spirit that Americans are at this moment was the same spirit that United States of Biafra citizens, especially the Biafrans that went to Finland for that redeclaration. We know what a lot of them, the United States of American founding fathers and those that were there during their Declaration of Independence, and those whose signatures were penned as an indelible mark, not only in history, but in life. And some of us that do not know what it means, those that God gave the opportunity to be there during that time, some of them are really talking what one cannot really put in words. To them, that story, that history, irrespective of whatever that is in their head, that we just pray to God that He will cure them of whatever, ailment, a disease, a sickness that they have. Because you cannot deny that which the world witnessed. So as we celebrate with America today, we remember the redeclaration and then the independence of the United States of Biafra. So it's a great moment. In today's expanded meeting, this is quite a full house for the expanded meeting. So I welcome and my special greetings to the United States of Biafra Cabinet, the cabinet members that work 24/7, every second, every minute, like a heartbeat. Boom, 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 non-stop. Because we have a task that must be completed. I salute the United States of Biafra cabinet members. Thank you all for all you do, especially at this moment. All the United States of Biafra cabinet members, everyone is doing beyond what they expected to do. Anytime we have a task, everyone comes in there. And then I remember arithmetically or algebraically at school, they asked us, they told us, remember this problem arithmetic. They'll say, if one person, works in a farm and is able to do farm work in 2 days or in 5 days, how many days will it take 10 people to do it? And yes. It's going to take a shorter period. So I'm just using this simple but real, mathematical algebraic equation to let you know that the cabinet, you just don't say, oh, this is for my department. Anytime there's a problem or there's something to do, we all come together, and then it makes that which would have taken a long time shorten. That's just the algebraic equation that I'm talking about here. That's the United States of Biafra cabinet. You have honorable and distinguished men and women, professional, that have really performed exceptionally in their disciplines, in their different places where they worked. Men and women of great intelligence. Men and women with integrity. That's why some people will tell you that they have long story why they left. We aren't doing such things here. We aren't doing such things here. This is a place where we mean business, where just mediocre is not tolerated. Where if you are mediocre, you come here, you see you don't belong here, it is better for you to live honorably than to go causing chaos. That's the United States of Biafra cabinet. I welcome the United States of Biafra governors, deputy governors, representatives, administrators, secretaries of state, all that is in embodiment of this extended cabinet. I welcome you all, and we recognize and are grateful and thankful for all that you do. We are all in it together, and only when we come together that we can do it and then take care of anything that we have to do. Also, today is a special day, especially for the Defense Department. We have unique soldiers, unique envisioned elite squad, well-trained, both in the international law, everything. When you say you have a great and disciplined patriots, think of the United States of Biafra envisioned elite squad. With with the little that we have, these are highly disciplined men and women. We thank you all for all that you do. And we are happy to be in this meet here today, because today is a day for the United States of Biafra Defense Department. Welcome you all. Excellency, I'm going to pass it over to you for you to say an opening speech or whatever you have before we continue with the Defense Department. Thank you very much and welcome, Her Excellency.
Thank you so much, Famdi. Thank you so much, everyone that is here present to this special expanded forum for the United States of Biafra expanded cabinet. And also we're gonna use this opportunity to hear from the United States of Biafra Defense Department, the envisioned elite squad being led by General Rabbi. And then we're going to be able to take a couple of questions from those that have any concerns, suggestions, and stuff like that. We should be able to do that. I want to first thank our leader, Onyedu Nnamdi Kanu. Even though he is not physically present with us, we know that his spirit is here with us in all we do to fully protect this new declared Christian nation of the United States of Biafra, which was declared or redeclared in Latin Finland on November 29, 2024. As you all know, the United States of Biafra was a nation before in the name of Republic of Biafra and was redeclared on November 29, 2024. So we thank our leader, Onyedu Nnamdi Kanu, who is the leader of this freedom which we got. Though the Nigerian terrorist state is currently incarcerating him, we know that we are going to win. We're already winning.
Yeah.
Nigeria has no choice. If they like, let them arrest 100 million, 10 million of Biafrans. It can never stop this declaration and protection of the 40 state of the United States of Biafra, which we already got. So I want to use this opportunity to tell our Hindu, Muhammadike one, do not be moved for that which is sick. We already got it.
Yeah.
Do not be moved. Don't be moved by the shenanigans of the Nigeria terrorist state. I'm going to have to Azwaga. Go ahead, you go. Their cup is full. I know, Daya. Forget the comments they made on social media. No going back. Only the absolute dissolution of Nigeria will save lives, especially the lives of Christians and indigenous Nigerians and indigenous Biafrans that are being killed, massacred every single day by the reintegrated terrorists brought into that country by the Nigeria state. Do not be deceived. It is the policy of the Nigerian government, supported by the Sokoto Caliphate, to reintegrate and rehabilitate non-terrorists that have led to the massacre of thousands and thousands of Christians in that country. Only the absolute dissolution of that entity will solve this problem. Anyone telling you anything different is just confused. So we want to tell Onyedu Nnamdi Kanu to be resilient. These two shall come to pass.
Exactly.
What Nigeria state does is what they project on other people. The terrorist state of Nigeria, which has been confirmed by different countries' court system, by different bodies. What Nigeria do is what they project on their innocent citizens. Then the United States of Biafra citizens can no longer be part of that oppression and suppression. That was why we left Nigeria. What they do is what they project on other people. Nigerian state and their politicians are the real terrorists. But they project it on Onyedu Nnamdi Kanu. They project it on our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. They may even project it on Dr. Obweze. They may even project it on the 50 million Biafrans that voted through a self-referendum between January 2024 and November 2024 to exit that enclave called Nigeria. So Nigeria is more interested in the oil, the milk from the Biafra territory, which they ship abroad to their counterparts. And they use that to develop their own people, their own country. While our own people, we lavish in abject squalor. No health care, no water, nothing. A country that exports oil to another country does not have pipe-borne water, no drinking water in the whole country. No pipe-borne water. It's a very big shame. And we cannot continue to tolerate this business enclave brought in by Britain to some people, not for Biafrans. We also want to use this opportunity to remember our Prime Minister, His Excellency Simon Ekpa, whom the Nigerian state colluded with the Finland authorities to take him away. Again, the same narrative, the same thing. Oh, he's trying to promote some terrorism. What Nigeria do is what they project on other people. So we tell our Prime Minister, do not be moved. For that which is sick, we already got it. Do not be moved. I want to use this opportunity to thank the United States of Biafra cabinet members that are working day and night, just like Fanti has said, trying to put things together. The 40 state governors in homeland and their commissioners that are working every single day to ensure that this freedom that we've gotten, no one, no country, no organization, no individual tampers with it. This freedom is set on stone. No one can tamper with it. I thank the state governors, the media, both in homeland and abroad. The state governors, media department is doing excellently well, wonderfully well, establishing the grassroots newspapers for their state, for the 40 states of Biafra. And they are reaching out massively to the grassroots, to the citizens, to the people. Thank you so much for what you do. I want to thank the heads of missions, the heads of different countries in diaspora, the state heads for what you do. We are very, very successful. We are building one of the best Christian nations in the world, in that part of the world, that will give life, that will give succor, that will give relief to people that have been bastardized by the Nigerian state and the Nigerian politicians. And they still continue to kill them, to bastardize them, to oppress them, to suppress them using the powers of the AK-47 to intimidate, to forcefully remove those that the terrorists did not succeed in removing. The Nigerian state and their politicians using AK-47 and their militias like Ebubaku Udogachi, they try to forcefully remove us from the Biafra territory. So what the reintegrated terrorists could not do, Tinubu and Christopher Musa and the Nigerian politicians, they are doing it in the United States of Biafra territory. They use the same system of the divide and conquer, which the Sokoto Caliphate has used over the years to conquer people. They come in, they divide brothers against brothers, sisters against sisters. Why? To depopulate and conquer them, to Islamize the whole system. That was why a country like Nigeria that has almost equal representation of Christians and Muslims have been dragged into the Islamic Organization Committee or Council, IOC, by this Tinubu and the Nigerian politicians. They are all part of that. Anyone that is telling you they are different, do not believe them. They all are the same. The same thing. It's all about maintaining power and continue to kill the Christians, continue to maim, continue to suck those natural resources and ship it abroad to their terrorist allies that support what they do. Let no one be deceived. And I thank God our allies are hearing and understanding the message. I want to use this opportunity to thank our allies abroad. The United States of America will be celebrating their 250 years anniversary tomorrow. That independence was set on stone when they left Europe to move to this part of the world, despite the people, some never believed them, some fought them, some disagreed with them, some told them you can never succeed, some told them this thing you are looking for, you can never get it. Some told them that we kill their families, kill all of them. America was very resolute because the people came together.
Yeah.
And they know the importance of having freedom. They know the importance of living in a community where everyone is free. They know the importance of where the rights of every citizen is respected. They know the importance of living in a country where the legal system works, where all the systems put in place to make the life of an average American better. They do understand the importance of that. They know they must create a country that can be kept to their children and grandchildren, a country they'll be very proud of for generations yet unborn. That was exactly what the United States of Biafra people did in Finland on November the 29th, 2024, when we declared our independence. Many people travel to the Western world. They come to America. They enjoy, they see the law, they see the system, they enjoy the good things of life, the freedom, the power that is on the people. They enjoy that. The same people, when they move to Nigeria, they hunt down on people, they kill innocent people. They use 15 hillocks to invade Biafran homes in the middle of the night with AK-47 and forcefully take them away. Many of them never come back to their families. Many of them are breadwinners. Thousands of indigenous Biafrans are languishing in different jails across Nigeria and across different Biafra territory as we speak. Tinubu and the Nigerian politicians, Chacha, Saludo, Peter, Oti, Fubara, all of them continuously as we speak, forcefully remove innocent Christian brothers and sisters from their quiet communities in the night because they support the United States of Biafra Free Nation. So they believe that forcefully taking them away, oppressing, suppressing, subjugating them, that they will let go of this freedom which we got. Little did they know, nothing, no one, no country, no organization can tamper with us. This freedom was declared on November 29, 2024 in Latvia. Nobody can do that. It's a promise. Not while the 50 million Biafrans that appended their signature on that self-referendum to exit Nigeria, not while they are alive. And then over 8,500 converged in Latin Finland between November 29 and December 3rd. And over 500 appended their signatures on that declaration document. No one can tamper with that. So for those that are being paid by the Nigerian state, that are thinking there's anything they can do, there is nothing you can do. The only power you have is to use reintegrated terrorists you hire into the Nigerian military and police, give them hillocks, give them AK-47 to invade the quiet neighborhoods of the Biafra territory. That is the only place your power lies, nothing more. But the people have spoken, and we are gradually taking over our land through the civil territorial control. Every Monday that we declared as a voluntary Monday sit at home in the whole 40 states of Biafra. 80 million Biafra, they sit at home every Monday because the United States of Biafra government and the Biafra people wants to be free. There are 4 conditions that has to be met before that will be stopped. That is territorial control. Our history is peculiar. Our freedom is peculiar. The way we are going to go about it is peculiar. There is no basic standard on how the United States of Biafra people are going to protect their land from the reintegrated terrorists brought into the 40 states of Biafra by the Nigerian state. We will do it our own way, our own time. Nigeria Must Go has been launched in the 40 states of Biafra territory. Means nothing Nigeria is welcomed as we speak in Biafra territory in the 40 states, whether they like it or not. This freedom, this independence that was declared is the legal thing that we are using to remove Nigeria from Biafra territory. They must leave. They can move to the western part of Nigeria. They can move to the middle belt. They can move to the northern part of Nigeria. Those of you, Biafrans, that are being used by the Nigerian state to fight this freedom, I'm telling you to stop. There is nothing you're going to do that we don't know already. Take times of your plot. That's why you must stop. You're not going to succeed. I'm using this opportunity to call every genuine Biafran, either in a Bubago or Operation Udogachi. You must leave those groups. You need to leave that group. You can move to the western part of Nigeria and stay. You need to leave those terrorist organizations formed by Charles Soludo, Otni, Fubara, to fight Biafra people, to fight our freedom. The only thing they are fighting is our freedom, which we have already secured, and we are protecting it. Our papers are already on world leaders' documents, world leaders' tables, and they are encouraging, praising what we are doing every step of the way. The United States of Biafra ID card and security document are being accepted by most world countries now as a formal legal document for Biafra citizens across the globe. We have so many tacit recognition of the United States of Biafra people and the government. I don't have to come outside and enumerate it here. But those of you, especially the Biafran politicians, you know yourselves, that continue to fight this freedom we got, it's not going to be okay. I'm telling you to stop. You're not going to win this battle. There was a reason why Nigeria has been declared as a country of particular concern. Anyone trying to remove Nigeria as a country of particular concern, you are going to increase the Christian genocide in that part of the world. Nigeria reintegrates, rehabilitates. I don't like to use that word rehabilitate because there's nothing rehabilitating there. They reintegrate non-terrorists into the country, into the military, recruits them into the police and army and special sports. Because genuine, original, indigenous Nigerians, they do not enter Nigerian military and police anymore. Go check the records. These are facts. Many of them have massively resigned from the Nigerian military and police. How can you go to war? How can you be in the military with integrated terrorists running by the Sokoto Caliphate and the Nigerian state? They will shoot you from the back. They have an agenda, the Islamization of Nigeria, and it's happening as we speak. That was why the United States of Biafra Christian nation was formed, to ensure that we give our people the peace and the life they deserve to be Christians. Anyone that is telling you, oh, Christians and Muslims are killed alike. Oh, if Biafran Christians leave, what will happen to the Muslims? What will happen to the Western? What will happen? That person is ignorant, very, very ignorant. You don't know our history. You're only saying things that those playing the game with the Nigerian state. Nigeria will bring out over 20 billion to fight the freedom of the United States of Biafra government and people. They've been doing that, but they've been failing in each step of the way. They keep failing. They can never, ever succeed. So I just want to stop here, and there's just so much. But I want to let the world know that the freedom which the United States of Biafra government has gotten for its people, we are seeking, using every peaceful way, peaceful means, to ensure that our people get the life they need. Those of them that think, oh, because Sonia Nnamdi Kanu has been incarcerated, therefore nothing will happen. Let's just keep following them and see how long they'll go. And then those that think our PM, Simon Eba, has been taken away, therefore, oh, it's very calm now. Let's just keep seeing how far they go. You're making a very big mistake, very grave mistake. Stop exposing lives to danger. That's what Tinubu and Christopher Musa and the Nigerian politicians are doing. They want to see how far they can stretch with this one Nigeria thing. They want to see how far they can stretch the United States of Biafra citizens and their people. They want to see how far they can go. I'm telling them, you don't have a lot of time. You're running out of time in Nigeria. I'm always open for peace talks. I always say that. I'm open to discussing a peaceful way to separate these two countries. I'm open for discussion. Anytime, any day. While I'm open for that, the United States of Biafra people must, with their capital, continue to protect their citizens, protect their territory from the reintegrated terrorists and from anything Nigeria. I'm going to use this opportunity to introduce the United States of Biafra, the Secretary of Defense, General Rabbi, and some of our defense teams that are here today. We'll give them the opportunity to talk first, and then because of the network problem and where some of them are coming from, and after that, we're going to take questions. General Rabbi, if you're here, go ahead, please. Thank you so much, everyone.
General Rabbi, please raise your hand if you're here.
And I think we did everyone. Yeah, okay. Sorry. All right.
General Rabbi. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Over to you, General.
Thank you so much. My compliment, High Excellency. And I lower my parades to all the cabinet members present. And I want to appreciate the good work of Honorable Fandi and Honorable Olo Oguna. I want to appreciate all the governors and deputy governors and the commissioners present. I welcome you to this meeting tonight. First and foremost, I appreciate God Almighty, who have made it possible that we should be alive to see today, the third day in the month of July 2026. In fact, in this exposition, I want us to know that we are Biafrans, and we are a nation, we are a people, and in accordance to history, we have so many language conjoined in this nation Biafra, and so many tribes. And according to history, the Igbo language of Biafran nation was the first language on earth, which means that the Biafran nation was the first nation of people on earth. And for this reason, the Biafran people and nation are destined to live and not to be uprooted or vanish from the earth. And that is why we've been able to succeed and sustained in all the genocide being committed against the Biafran people. And I believe that the Biafran people in most of the nations of the world contribute to the stances of some of these nations that made them what they are today. And mainly, the wisdom we use in different nations to produce, to promote, and to increase the nation's ability for recognition is also done by the Biafran people. And yet, we are hated among the world and among our sister nation, the Zoo nation. And I know that it is because we Biafran people are loved by God, are recognized by God, and there's so many hatred over the people of Biafra. But notwithstanding, as a nation, we do not expect other nations, other people, or tribe or nation to help us. We have to build ourselves and help ourselves. And that is why we have come up with the formation, strong formation of a military. And I want to tell all Biafrans worldwide, you have no reason to be afraid or to worry because God is on our side. I want us to understand that if you're a Biafran, any Biafran citizen that stands against the existence of the Biafran, of the good people of Biafra, would never join or enter into this land of Biafra, full of life, because of backstabbing and deceit against this journey of total freedom of our people. Sincerely, I believe that the Creator, the great God of Biafra, Okike, is behind everything happening and views and sees everything. Like our supreme leader said, that Biafra will be the last miracle on earth. And I believe that because so many nations of in fact, the entire nation of Africa are going to enjoy the emergence of the Biafra nation. And Biafra nation is going to help the world, sincerely. And for this reason, we are not afraid. We are formidable, and we have to exist and do all we need to do to protect our nation and our citizens. And I want us to know that as an ambassador, if you're a Biafra, you're an ambassador in any field at all you are to this nation. And once you think positively about this nation, then the great God of Biafra was always think positively about you. But as many that work against what you're doing, and they stays and bear from names or settle in this geographical area designed by God of Biafra, and they live and enjoying the mineral sources, the air, and everything in this land, and deny their fellow citizens the opportunity to be self-dependent. Sincerely, they all will pay for everything they have done to our citizens. Those in homeland and nations that must have tampered with any citizen of Biafra, sincerely, will pay in course of time. Sincerely, this exposition, I want our Biafrans to know that we are existing and we are moving forward. And in our formation, we have 5 arms of the United States of Biafra military formation: the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marine Corps, and Coastal Guard. 1, the Army, USB Army, will be land-based force responsible for sustaining land operations, peacekeeping, and disaster response, and specialize 1 in infantry, armory, or armor, artillery, and also engineering. Specialize in infantry means that our foot soldiers will be capable to meet with any nation's land army, headlong, making sure that we'll bring whatever enemy that comes before us down, and also make sure that our enemies will never escape with whatever plans they had in mind before coming or facing the Biafran army in any way. The armory will be the section specialized in armory, taking care of our armory, repairing and putting things in order, Then the artillery will be the section of the army or soldiers that specialize in using bigger machines during warfare. And especially the engineering department, we have vast knowledge. We are going to make sure that we produce our own machines and build our weapons ourselves. In other words, we are going to build and also maintain our machines, both the higher and the lower machines. And secondly, we have the Navy. The United States of Biafra Navy is to protect our maritime, our trade routes, and freedom of our seas, and sustain our military power. Thus, the USB Navy and the Air Force. The USB Air Force will carry out military operations in the air, protecting our cyberspace and very strong airstrike and intelligence gathering. That's for USB Air Force. And by the grace of God, I want us to know that we have really built a very strong group to make sure that our people are strongly trained to carry out any kind of attack and also operation over and against the enemies. The fourth is the Marine Corps. The USB Marine Corps will be a rapid response team and will protect our combatant power from the sea to land. And the fifth, which is the Coast Guard, USB Coast Guard, operates under the defense through the Homeland Security, based on maritime enforcement and also our waterways security and search and rescue missions. So this is the Coastal Guard of the USB military. Then by the grace of God, I believe that every member or good citizen of Biafra will also be part of this. And we'll have a way of recruiting our people, our men, our elites. In fact, recruitment and enlistment into USB military, our qualifications will be both low degree, starting from school start, to make sure that all our school citizens will be involved in our military operation in one way or the other, making sure that everybody, in fact, will be capable of protecting the interests of the nation as an ambassador to this nation. So anybody as a citizen of Biafra is an ambassador to this nation, making sure that we don't allow the intrude of our enemies in our territory. And we're going to have ordinary Biafra degree holders in the lower degree course, our recruitment. Then the higher degree, we're going to have higher Biafran degree. I'm going to have a Biafran College of Education, a degree, certificates, and also university degree holder. Then we're going to have our Biafran Defense Academy, where our youths will be trained strongly on how to defend our nation and how to work positively towards the fulfillment of the assignments for the nation of Biafra. Then we'll have Biafran military schools for the Army, Navy, Air Force. And we're going to have our military nursery and elementary schools in our barracks, possibly in all the states. And to beat genocide and suppression, I recommend that all good citizens of Biafra to obtain little military training, both for the old and young citizens of the Biafran nation, so that we can be able at any moment, at any time, to defend our nation if the need comes. Just like our sister state, Israel. In fact, every member of this nation, through the defense, we have to pass through a strong training to make sure that we can at any time protect the interests of our nation and also the citizens of Biafra at any given time. And for this reason, I want us to know that the nation of Biafra at the moment needs a lot of support. The nation of Biafra entirely needs a lot of support and total cooperation. Without support, financially, materially, we might not go too far. But I'm so happy and glad because as many that have the heart, that are focused and resilient, are really working positively towards this journey. I'm believing that in the second exposition of the USB military formation will be greater, and there's going to be a lot of exposure to what we can do and what we're doing already. For now, I don't want to reveal to us what we have done already. I want to tell us that we are really doing great. We are not just like people coming up, we're like people that are being, and sincerely, by the grace of OKK, we have been before now. Because we can say we are a new nation and new people. If the Igbo language in Biafra territory, we're the first language on earth, which means we are the first people on earth. Biafrans are the first on earth. So I believe that we have our own method before now of how to engage our enemies in war front, and we are going to do better. Like I know, and most of us know that during the Biafran Nigerian war, that was genocidal, we were able to do a lot of things. And I want to announce to us that I have gotten personally a lot of our engineers that will support in what we're doing. That was why I told us that in our nation, in our military, the elites, we are going to produce most of our weapons ourselves. And I'm happy that within the few months I was made the Secretary of Defense, within the third month, I was able to produce some things, some missile, and ready to do more because I have the interest of my nation at heart. And my priority is to make sure that every citizen of this nation is protected and saved, to make sure that none of my citizens die. And that is why I have it strongly in my heart, and I've made it a promise that both home and abroad, as many that must have at one time or the other betrayed this cause, will pay dearly. Will pay dearly. As we move forward, as many, unlike this fellow called Ikenga Uragu, in fact, and co, all of them against this nation, behaving like they own the nation of the zoo, working as slaves to these people and believing in their brain that we are going to be slaves continually with them. They have made a lot of mistakes. They have made a lot of mistakes by having such and that type of thoughts in their mind. In fact, I see that most of them are insane. They are not well. And that is why they're going to pay dearly. Because these people have wasted a lot of blood and they have killed a lot of people. They have adopted a lot of people. And that is why, as the defense chief of this nation, I am not happy. And by the grace of God, as time go up, as time go on, they all will be brought to book. And please, some of our governors, I want you to know that you have an assignment to do. This assignment is to please make sure you get the names of those confronting you, discomforting you in your states, both from the county to the states. Get their names, because in due time, we are going to fetch them out and make sure they pay for all they must have done to good citizen of this nation. So at this juncture, I want to appreciate all of you for being here. And by the grace of God, I'm going to take you to this section, to the second section of this exposition within the next week, so that you can see and know what the military of the USB is capable to do. I just want to say welcome to you. Thank you for being here. Her Excellency, I welcome you. Hand over to you. Thank you so much. And we are ready to answer any question or contribution. We welcome you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, General Rabbi, the Secretary of Defense for the envisioned elite of the United States of Biafra Christian nation. Thank you so much for that wonderful speech and plans and prospects from your department. What you said, the structure of the government, the structure of the United States of Biafra Defense is one of the best in the world. I'm not mincing words. We are building one of the best defense in the whole world. The defense that people will be very, very proud of. The defense that every human being that sets their foot into the United States of Biafra territory will be very, very safe. Very, very safe. No terrorist will survive in the United States of Biafra nation. Not even one. You cannot touch a child, a citizen, a visitor inside the United States of Biafra land in the name of kidnap. And I promise you, if it takes more than 30 minutes to get that person, then you will know that I'm not the leader of the United States of Biafra country. because our elite squad are trained on the highest standard of international humanitarian laws and other laws they go through, other trainings they go through the week and the month. Some of those trainings are conducted behind the scenes. Some of them are conducted publicly, like when many of them went through the international humanitarian law trainings and all that. That is the type of defense we are building. There'll be no single terrorist inside the United States of Biafra defense. Unlike our neighboring country, Nigeria, that reintegrates and recruits non-terrorists into the Nigerian military and police. That's why you have thousands of Christians being massacred in Nigeria and in the Biafra territory. No sane world leader will reintegrate non-terrorists into their country with the hope of giving them a safe haven or forming a program to help the people, the terrorists from that part of the world, from the Sahel. And then you reintegrate them into your country and you think that your country is going to last. No, that is why Nigeria is gone. Nigeria is gone. Anyone investing in Nigeria at this time, you better go and take your money back. You are losing. You're going to lose that money. The United States of Biafra elite, envisioned elite, set the standard. And from what General Robert has said, he is a copy of what you're going to see in the whole United States of Biafra defense. He is a copy. Charity begins at home. You will show your stuff by the example of what you have at the head. Thank you so much, General Rabbi. And I want to bring, if we can bring on few generals, commanders that are present here to just for 1 or 2 minutes to greet Biafrans and to Biafrans always appreciate what many of you do behind the scene, even with the little resources that we have. You have been safeguarding our neighborhood, protecting our people from the terrorist state of Nigeria. Nigeria is currently forcefully, illegally occupying the United States of Biafra 40 states. We have already told them to leave. We have peacefully called them for talk, for peace talks. The options are on the table. But if the delegitimized governors working for the Nigerian state continue to use force, which they are currently doing, by launching all these illegal militias, Udogachi, Ebubago, and all these ones, and sending them into the quiet neighborhoods of the United States of Biafra land, Biafra people will remove them. Telling Biafrans, anywhere you see them, you must take them out. They are forcefully, illegally occupying our land. They don't belong there. They should move to the western part of Nigeria or the northern part of Nigeria. We've declared our independence, and that must be respected. We don't need permission from anyone to build our new nation. When America left Europe and settled and had their independence, they didn't take permission because the person that is oppressing you will never let you go. They will never give you the chance to liberate yourself. Somebody that is oppressing somebody will never give you the chance because they derive joy in that oppression. Somebody that is abusing you does not need, you don't need the permission of that individual to leave. It's just like a woman or a wife or a husband that is being abused. It could go both ways because we have women that abuse their husbands, we have husbands that abuse their wives, so it could go both ways. A woman that is being abused, that is in an abusive relationship, or a man that is in an abusive relationship, you do not need the permission of your abuser to leave the relationship. You don't. Talk less of the people that have been abused for almost the past 16 years by the Sokoto Caliphate and the terrorist state of Nigeria politicians. We don't need no permission. Forget the nonsense they put in their so-called constitution that do not allow referendum. Do not be moved by that. That is what they made for themselves. They made it for themselves, not for the 80 million Biafrans. I know what your mind. We are the one holding ourselves. Soludo and Peter and Bat and Oti Fubara, they are less than 0.1% of those in the 40 states of Biafra, less than 1%. With this Ebubago, Udoga, Chiago, and all that, they are less than 1% of the United States of Biafra citizens. That's why they can never, ever win this battle. Never. We are going to see how they will continue to manipulate and maneuver themselves in the 40 states of Biafra. It's not just carrying 15 hillocks to invade an innocent Biafran's home at night, forcefully take them away just because they are Biafrans. That is the only reason they are taking them away. They've not committed any crime. And I'm calling on the Nigerian state to allow thousands of indigenous Biafrans that you locked up with your DSS in different jails across Nigeria. Let them go. They've not committed any crime. It is their right to declare who, where they want to be, the country they want to belong to. It is guaranteed by the United Nations. You need to let them go. You cannot continue to pick them up and lock them up, thinking that by doing that, this Biafra, we are not going to protect that. They've not committed any crime. You need to let them go. That was how you took Onyendu Nnamdi, thinking that when you remove him, this Biafra, this freedom will not come. Little did your little mind has played game on you. You must let Biafrans go. On my table, at least I know. I've counted on my own report that I've had. You have over 100,000 innocent Biafrans that are languishing in different jails, being locked up by the Nigerian state and the Nigerian politicians. You need to let them go. We are not going to give you all the time you need. You need to leave the United States of Biafra territory. This year, you must leave. You got to go. You have to start going because you are now forcefully occupying the sovereign state of the United States of Biafra. And this government have the power and the right to use everything legally within our capacity, within our means to ensure that you leave our country. You need to leave and release innocent Biafrans, including Onyendu Nnamdi. Finland, you need to leave our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa. They have not committed any crime. All they ask, what they say is what other world leaders have seen. They are world leaders. What they've seen, what they've said is exactly what the United States of America has seen. other countries, the president of Canada has said. That was why Nigeria has been declared as a country of particular concern, as the most dangerous country in the world for human beings to exist, as a country that commits Christian genocide, with the president having been declared as the third most corrupt president in the world. Country courts, a Canadian court, has declared Nigeria political parties, led by Tinubu and Christopher Musa, as a terrorist organization. NPC, PDP, and all the other political parties in Nigeria have been declared as a terrorist organization by a Canadian court. And I'm using this opportunity to tell the Nigerian politicians, and especially Peter Obi, do not carry your terrorist Nigerian political party into the Biafra territory. Peter Obi, do not carry your terrorist Nigerian political party in whatever name, form, or shape into the United States of Biafra 40 states. Don't bring and continue to feed terrorism in the Biafra territory. And you perambulate abroad, pretending everything is okay. Meanwhile, in your own backyard, Tinubu and Soludo and Christopher Musa and Otsi and Fubara, they are every day forcefully removing innocent Biafra from your backyard. Peter Obi, and you never talk about this publicly. Why are you not talking about this? Peter Obi, why are you not talking about these killings and forceful removal that have been reported by Amnesty International, by so many world bodies? Why is Peter Obi not talking about it? But he will easily fly to Europe and be pretending that he is the Messiah they need. But a Messiah that cannot talk about the killings that is happening in his own backyard by Tinubu and the Nigerian state. He hides them. He covers it up with his fellow politicians, thinking that something, a miracle will happen. The Nigerian Secretary, Foreign Affairs Secretary, in your own backyard, Nigerian state, Soludo, Oti, Peter, and Bafubana are forcefully removing innocent Biafran Christians from their homes just because they are Biafrans, just because they want to exercise their right, their God-given right to decide that they are citizens of the United States of Biafra. You never condemn these killings and forceful removal openly. We are yet to see you condemn that. We are yet to hear you talk about that. As the ambassador of Nigeria that you are, pretending you care about the lives of Biafrans or the lives of Nigeria. No, you don't care. You are just pretending. No, you are just pretending. You cannot go to South Africa and be talking about the killing of Nigerians in South Africa. Meanwhile, in your own backyard, the Nigerian state is killing innocent United States of Biafra citizens in your own backyard, forcefully removing them. What is the difference between what you and Tinubu is doing and what South African people are doing? Tell me the difference. Tell me the difference. You pretend. You pretend you are saving Nigerians' lives in South Africa. But you support Charles Soludo, you support Hobusa Dimma, you support Pidamba, you support Fubara, you support Christopher Musa that brings in reintegrated terrorists that you ship into Biafra territory to kill and forcefully remove innocent Biafra citizens. Tell me the difference between what you're doing and what South Africans are doing. There is no difference. Charity begins at home. That is why everything Nigeria must leave the United States of Biafra Christian nation as quickly as possible. You do not have so much long time. And I'm calling for this peace to ensure that we reduce this tension and chaos on both sides, If you think you have the gun, therefore you can oppress and suppress, forcefully remove innocent Biafrans from their quiet homes just because they support this new Christian nation, you are not going to succeed. Biafrans, the 50 million, will ensure you don't succeed. Bianca, you and Christopher Musa Tinubu, you are still holding Dominion. You are still holding Esima. You are still holding Jerry. You are still holding Biafra. You are still holding many innocent Biafrans. These are right under my own watch. And their families have not heard from them. But you are flying and bulleting in South Africa. You are saving lives. Meanwhile, in your own backyard, you are destroying those lives. Again, Nigeria must leave the Biafra territory, and you don't have so much time to do that. You must leave that territory. No matter the number of guns, AK-47, you got from Turkey, from Libya, from your neighboring Iran, Muslim countries, no matter the thousands of AK-47 that you bring into Nigeria, into the Biafra territory, you must leave Biafra territory. And you do not have a long time. It's not an endless request. There's a time to this. I've given you enough time. I've been calling for peace, and I've been calling for the Nigerian state. I am open for discussions. I am open for discussion. Many Biafran leaders, not just me, those that are coming after me, many of them do not have any patience for talk, for peace talks. So take this call from me. Take it very serious for the peaceful negotiation on how we can part ways peacefully. Thousands under my watch do not have the patience that I have. That's all I have to say. Let's go ahead and take a couple of commanders and generals and a leader have to talk, and then we'll go from there. Let's start from General Abata. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Unmute yourself.
Let me make sure they can be able to unmute themselves. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, General.
Thank you, my DPM. I agree the whole house, the whole cabinet members. I greet you. This is General Avatar, the Chief of Staff of USBG. Thank you so much for the things you do for Biafra. My excellent DPM, His Excellency, my Excellency DPM, Dr. Mozara Beze, Agumanya. The day you gave birth to Biafra is the day we come up for sorrow. Eh? Okay, we need to go now. You wait to Colombia. As Nina Chazo, we got a my mother lies on people projecting themselves that yes, I got a but the Niru Pundo, like I join a book that's according to the spring leader of this movement, Mazin Nando Kukano, to my own face-to-face talk with him. Let me say, any day we got to Biafra, ESM work terminated. One-on-one, everything where they talk about this word, I go take it to the bank anywhere in the world, I will replace it. And the day when they declare that thing, the day I know say our work as a ESN and Reparation Army ended. That's why we follow the suit. And that's why I pledge my legend to USB, the new declared nation. Because if we to come to that, that's in thunder they talk. No, you tell me like this, because our military is not our military that you see everywhere. It based on borders. It's built like this. That if you fight for this cause, at it they get the Biafra, your work finished. If you want to continue to army, you follow the suit. If you don't want to continue, you and the government will settle for the freedom fighting. That's how Onyendu put it before we start to move. We went to a very long place in this world. And today I'm in a USB at the Joint Chief of Staff, still repeating the word I heard from my leader, Mazen Nando Okukano. So those people parading that we are going back to our Onyendu talk, I know my leader well. USB is the last miracle on earth. Just Biafra is being declared by a woman called Ngozi Arapeze. Biafra is the only that where they write in the book of heaven of earth. I go spiritual more than ever then now called USB, United States of Biafra. And I lang they called on one in there. When this my father, I know him to where 101. It's in brother. So nothing like say that they go back, say yes and again. Only one along again because I told them this thing in time. But we are still brothers. We are not quarreling. We are not distributing anybody that you do not work. But let's keep the record straight that USB military led by Dr. Ngozi Arapeze. See, our leader come out. Prime Minister Mazi Mone Panjoko and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu take their own things on their own self. We now should follow the suit. So everybody in this Biafra citizen, more than 80 million people, should obey the rules of Dr. Ngozi Arapeze as a Chief of Defense Minister. And nothing like PSL. And they will later suit flows for the suit of the government. After God in the government, nobody fights his government. That's why our leader projects that it's only him that knows the way Biafra will come. He told DOS only two parts. He told DOS 2 parts, and he told the whole Biafra 1. The third one, only him knows the way Biafra will take come. And this is the third part where you don't tell anybody. Because Biafra is a spirit. If you move you, let God don't pick you, you will do the needful. Because I'm just sure that Dr. Ngozi Arapeze, he says, no meet only in Dumas and Kano. But when the spirit enter, he has to struggle and find his way to deliver. It just be like one person they get pregnant. When woman want born, he are pregnant. When the time reach, you don't go know where the thing is. The king go just trying way out. That is how Biafra is. So in this moment, follow the suit, follow your leader. He is doing the great thing. I no go feel like you people, and I no go talk like really my dad. But the Biafra is a spirit. That's the one thing I know for sure. He is God, and he will rule the whole universe. Also, let his kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven, which is Biafra. And he has come, and nothing can take it away. But for people they say, I will ESL, he cannot go front. Begin, they go back. They work revolution, they don't rebuild yourself. They can't go back to PSN. Security is in the network. And I know as well. I'm okay with you corner, man. So my DPM is telling you the fact that a visionary squad, because Oyendi told me that not everybody will fight for liberation will work army. That's when we work with our brain. This is time to work with our brain. Mm-hmm. Because take two. This is time for brain. The brain work is now. Everything I will when you just now, but you can't see any army in the street. If you don't come for your barak, you come out your clothes, you don't become a civilian. But if for Guru, you wear your clothes and come out and face the war. You only face the porter where the order is coming in. That is what you do, sir. Don't be every day carry go the worker, the first person, they say accidental discharge. I don't know how we will tell our people when they don't say this is this government. No matter if they say today they want to recognize now, who they will call now? Now this USB with their sets. They will call upon to put the things on notes. So everybody will go. Please, my people, we are in the right track. Do not be deceived by people carrying God, show them yourself. Then they regret. Why do they not follow that? What I'm telling them, see the road. All that hope don't lost. They are finding way. If only do come out today, me, General Avatar, Ebenda, go stay for in front of Onye. See what you told me. If I dey lie, make you talk for the whole world. And as you talk, I'm not saying, you know they lie. I know my father. You know go feel change your mind. Thank you. I hear my mic from here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Avatar. Thank you so much for that word from the experience and also from the things that some of you have gone through. Again, it is very, very important to know that the United States of Biafra freedom is a continuum. From Onyedu Nnamdi Kanu to the Prime Minister to my humble self, it is a continuum. And they need to, just like Avatar has said, we've passed the stage of noise making. Mm-hmm. We've passed the stage of noise. In fact, we've passed the stage of ordinary human beings that have what we call the fifth sense. You know, ordinary human beings have fifth sense. I like that for good at level. Mm-hmm. The level we are right now requires Biafrans that have what we call either the sixth or seventh sense. If they don't have it, it will be, they can easily be swayed. We need Biafrans, and they're already everywhere. They're already at play as we speak. That what we call the sixth sense. That sixth sense is what is making the United States of Biafra government to be very, very successful, and the Biafran people to be very, very successful in what we are doing. I want everyone to remember that at each step of our freedom, the Nigeria state will always infiltrate our freedom with Biafrans, not with Fulanese. Fulanese are secondary, but they will infiltrate the struggle with fellow Biafrans who will be pretending that they are looking for freedom. And just like General Avatar has said, there is nothing like ESN in the whole Biafra land and the whole Biafra territory. And the reason why is so is because our immediate past leader, His Excellency Simon Njoko, who was manning the ship of this freedom for the 5 years that Onyendu was out, because that our immediate past leader has said it, there is nothing like ESN. We that are here, we must maintain that status quo. No one can move it. You move it at your own risk. You move it to fight Biafra. If you move it, you are fighting this freedom that Onyendu and the Prime Minister has been looking forward to. There is nothing like ESN. Anyone, any criminal coming out to assemble anything in any shape or form that they call or looks like ESN, these are the Nigeria DSS agents working together to attack this freedom which we have legally. No one else has any legal paper, any legal protection for our new nation except the United States of Biafra. Mm-hmm. No other person have that legal document. And anything that you are doing and you know you're going to lose in the court, you better stop doing that. You better stop doing it. That was why the PM prepared us to obtain the legal documents we need to remove Nigeria from the foreign state of Biafra, which is exactly what is going on right now. That was why we redeclared in Finland on November 29, 2024 as a people. So Obato here clearly says there is nothing like ESM. Because when they took on the Nigerian agents pretending to be Biafran freedom fighters, like Benjamin Malibu, you can't go right with them, and all that. It might for them. They converted the ESN, which Onyendu established to help us fight for our freedom from the Fulani terrorists in our bush. They sold them out to the Nigeria agents, the Nigeria delegitimized governors. And you will find some of these ESN in this so-called Udogachi, Ebubago, and all that are now fighting our freedom. That was why, again, when Onyendu was taken away, somebody was steering the ship of this our freedom. That only person is Simon Eber, our peer. Anything the PM did not put in place cannot be put in place by anyone at this time. Anything the PM removed cannot be brought back at this time by anyone. So I want everyone listening to be very clear about that. Because for the time that Onyendu was out, incarcerated by the Nigerian state, Obato there was the one that looked at the whole picture as a free man, put all the structures and things needed in place for us to secure our freedom as a free man. Mark that word, as a free man. Obato is in the dungeon now. Onyendu is in the dungeon now. As the free leader now that is in charge, I make the decision based on the instructions given to us by Obato. Nobody else. You cannot bypass Obato and say, Onyendu told you this, Onyendu don't tell you that, Onyendu don't. That's not going to happen. Not in this Biafran 80 millions that I currently lead until Onyendu comes out or until PM comes out. So those that are being paid by the Nigerian state to come out now to say, oh, there's something Onyendu told you to start doing that Obato has not already evaluated. Remember, Obato is the lawyer. He evaluated everything. He sifts through everything. He deciphers the good and the bad. He knows the bad eggs in the system. He established the process for us to get our freedom. So anyone from any corner now trying to come and tell you something that Obato did not say, that person is dead on arrival. Which is somewhere, one corner. It's not just for me. That's will put you where you belong immediately. Immediately. That's why the only thing now we are waiting for is our recognition publicly. We are already getting some tacit recognition, which is not direct like that, but we're already getting some indirect recognition from our allies, and then being able to protect our land. So those of you think you are negotiating with the Nigerian state, that is another way to do it. You better go and sit down one corner, stop making noises. That place you're going, 50 million Biafrans already went there. And don't disgrace yourself on social media. We have the history. It is a continuum. You can't just jump out somewhere because Obato has been taken. Then you just come out, oh, I'm not the kind of brother. Oh, I'm not the kind of sister. Oh, Onyendu told me this, Onyendu told me. No, everything anybody tells you must come to my table. And I have to approve that. Because when you do get the power to Obatoge, and Obatoge gave me that power. Nobody can pass through this without getting the approval. So Biafrans, just be very, very mindful of that. Nothing like ESN. The original ESN that was led by Onyendu was collapsed into BLA and BDF by the PM. And there is nothing like ESN. And the BDF, BLA has been collapsed into the USB elite squad. Nothing else exists anywhere. Anyone that is giving anybody money, or they're telling you they are taking care of this one, you give them money, you're wasting your money. If they are serious, they must collapse into the USB and Vision elite. Again, I'm not going to tell anyone what to do or what not to do, but all I know is that the United States of Biafra government protects its citizens. And you will not get that protection from any other place. So let's see if there are other laws in the house that we can take that before civilians. See if there's any other commanders that are here that want to talk or that want to check in one or two. Please raise your hand if you're in the United States of Biafra elite. You can raise your hand using your phone and then
870799 if you're a commander or a general in the elite squad. Please unmute yourself. If you are, go ahead.
Yes, from D. Good evening. APN. Good evening, everybody. My compliment to everybody. This is General Commander Elo from Aludo State.
Please, there's a noisy background here. We'll be glad if you can take care of it, please.
So,
thank you.
I thank you, Kikabiama, on behalf of my Supreme Leader, Martin Nandekalo, and our PM, Simon Epa, and the DPN. I pray to Jubu Kikabiama for life and strength and wisdom upon them. And as my DPM has said it, that most of the Biafrans has no patience like her, like she do. Yes, of course. I can say there are mad dogs that has been on chain for long. And the request to the Nigeria state, the zoo, to vacate or to leave the Biafran territory has been getting too long, and they have been doing nothing for this. Instead, they will be pushing more and more. There is time, and time may come, that there will be no time for that request. Please, my DPM, I still request for this from you, to let them know, and to be giving them for that request, that they might abide for it, because time is coming when there will be no chance for that. We, the early squad, with our General Rabbi, I think this is the right horn for the battle. Thank you, everyone. I greet the house. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, USBDF, DDRS base. Are you a commander or general? If you are, take the mic. If not, then I'm going to go through in sequence. Okay.
Good evening, Honorable Funding.
Yeah.
Good evening, Excellency, Dr. Ngazara Weze, Deputy Prime Minister, United States of Biafra, evening, honorable cabinet members, 40 state governors present and absent. I know my cap for you all. Good evening to my honorable general, Rabbi Eli, Secretary of the United States of Biafra Defense Forces. I, General Putin, Secretary of the Dragon Rapid Response Force, the unit of the United States of Biafra Defense Force. It's still a high time we're listening, still a high time with intention. So many things are yet unraveled. The world we live in is a world of freedom. Freedom of expression, freedom of society affiliation, freedom of religion, freedom of worship and conscience, and all those rights are together called the fundamental rights of every citizen. But we find out that in Nigeria, where we were before our nation was pre-declared, all those fundamental rights were totally denied. They were all subjected to the grave. Nigeria is a hell. When you talk about hell, Nigeria is just a hell. Now, what am I going to tell us? Just to remind us one or two things. In 1957 was said, our late hero, General Ojukwu declared the United States, declared the Republic of Biafra. Then the one and Britain together declared war against innocent Biafra. The war was fought for over 3 years and was declared no victory over just to save life because Biafrans are human in nature. Our heroes, the General who saw the need to save life, they will down. And since 29th of November 2024, our Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozara has already declared our freedom, sovereignty of the United States of Biafra. The Nigerian state, together with the Islamic world and the British colonial masters, hegemony, they came in full force and indirectly declared another war against the United States of Biafra cities. Being a nation, we are mindful on the international humanitarian law, which is called the law of war. That's why we respect this law, and we don't kill humans anyhow, we don't attack innocent citizens anyhow, we don't just carry arms anyhow. But we find out Nigeria states, which are for over close to a decade, committing genocide, adopting people, all Nigerian citizens, all at all. They keep maiming them, raping mothers, their farmland.
Okay. All right. Round up. Please. Round up. Let's take the other hands. If you have questions for the defense, please go. You can go ahead and round up, please. 2 minutes, everyone.
So,
What happened?
For this call, we so long, and there's not
You're breaking out. We can't hear.
and we know when the government as we as
You are breaking up. We're not hearing you.
All right, you're breaking up. Let's take another person. Thank you so much. Next person, please.
Okay. Is there any hand here that who is a commander or general?
Does anyone have any question for in the elite, or any question for? Is General Rabbi still around?
Let me see. Listen, keeps kicking him out.
Yes, Your Excellency, I'm here.
Okay, somebody got your question here. Hold on 1 second. Let me read something I saw. But again, whoever want to ask a question, there's no point typing it. Just if you want to ask any question to General Rabbi, you must first let us turn on your video and then ask your question. You turn on your video so that we know that you're a human being, you're not a robot. Very, very important, because we see a lot of AI these days and robots and all that. So we want to make sure that when people ask questions, we treat them with all the sincerity that is needed. So again, somebody wrote a question, but we're not going to take any done.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Honorable Benchooks. Unmute yourself, please keep to the time 2 minutes so that we all can round up. Honorable Benchooks, over to you. Meanwhile, Honorable Henry Esharep, get ready. Over to you, Honorable Benchooks.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Please, there's somebody there, Obiodoma, to move or something. Please, next time we don't come here to see you sleeping on your bed. We don't need to see people on the bed.
Can you go ahead with your question?
Okay, thank you. General Rabbi, thank you so much for your professionalism, not especially the rule of engagement. You guys are using engaging this.
You're muted.
Well, is he kicked out or what?
Yeah, are you hearing me?
Look, if you can raise up your voice a little bit so that people will have the, will be able to hear you.
I want to know whether if there is any number people who can call for inquiries or information in case if there is a need. But some people used to ask, where can I call to lodge an information? This is for the Rabbi. To Your Excellency, this year, I just want to know whether if it's a high time for us, for government to enact a law or a bill to comprehend these people, these Biafrans they are using to trouble Biafrans in the name of Akunechem. All these people they are using to make Nigerians uncomfortable, all Biafrans uncomfortable. Would there be any law we can enact in case after, so that they will not say, oh, I didn't know all these things, nonsense they are committing now?
Yeah, I think we already have something like that in place. For those that are sabotaging the struggle, we're going to look into that again. I know the Secretary of Defense already addressed that, but I know that the Defense Department, they have something already they're working out on that end. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So thank you. Next is Honorable Henry Esharep. Unmute yourself, please.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Famdi. Good morning from here. Greetings, my Deputy Prime Minister and everyone here present. I want to appreciate our defense team led by our General Rabbi. I want to thank you all for what you are doing. mean for the nation. Thank you so much. I don't have any questions for you because you are doing excellently well with your team. My DPM, please permit me to send out a message through this platform to everyone listening. My message is about our citizens, mostly in diaspora, more especially Asia and Middle East, where the living condition is very difficult. Many of us, or many of our people here, they are not properly documented. And they will just sit down, neglecting USB government. Then when the government where they reside comes after them, they will now come in a hurry and put pressure on the government of USB and the Foreign Affairs Department. This week, a brother who lives in India had a problem. His wife delivered in the hospital, and the hospital authorities invited the police, and the police were on him, and he has no document to defend himself, and he came on and started asking for everything that would protect him. Just at the last minute, because his wife delivered in the hospital, the Indian authorities want to deport him because he is not properly documented to give that in their country. I don't know, maybe it's against their law. Within hours, the necessary documents were provided. The moment he took it to police station, the police now cleared him. So my message is, if wherever you are, don't just sit down and wait until there is a situation that will now come after you, chasing you. Come out, everyone, wherever you are hiding, wherever you are staying, wherever you are living, come out and embrace your government, United States of Biafra. We have all the necessary tools to protect you internationally. I am calling on everyone, wherever you are. This is your government. We have designed this protection only for you. Stop running away and come to trouble people at the last minute. Excellency, my DPM, I want to thank you for what you have done for us, because if not for this government, many Biafrans will be in prison in different countries, languishing for no reason. So thank you so much, and our identity documents are actually doing wonders, working wonders.
Wow.
I can testify to that. Within hours, that brother became a free man who was running away from police. He now went into police station and presented himself.
Wow.
You can imagine the turnaround. So it is miraculous, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Again, that's another success story for the government. And I mean, this is just one of them. We've gotten so many success stories for the United States of Biafra government. And I think I briefly got a call from that guy too about this story, and the wife put to bed, and how the United States of Biafra government were able to wade in with our security and official documents to now save that guy in India. This is what the government keeps doing. This is what we are doing, which those that want to be seeing Bazakusa, they do not understand and they cannot comprehend that level of diplomatic success of the new nation. For us to be able to submit our legal and security document on behalf of this Biafran, and he was granted a pass. That is huge. So you that are asking when is Nigeria going to leave Biafra territory? They are still there. You want to see Bazagusa. You're not going to see any Bazagusa, because we are now a nation. We are no longer in the liberation phase. We are no longer in the phase where it was Bazagusa all the way. We are now a nation, and we have to abide by all the international standards of a new nation expected of us. That's why our allies are supporting us. We are not in liberation mode anymore. We are not a secessionist mode anymore. We are not in that mode. We are a full-fledged nation, redeclared by its people. We are gradually taking over our land based on the circumstances peculiar to our land and our people. It's not going to happen overnight. Obatobia said it. After our redeclaration, that is when the real deal is going to start. And it has already started. Just stay the course. That's what I hear from our allies. Just stay the course. We have the structures, but at brought. We have everything needed. We have the legal documents. We, the United States of Biafra government, is the only leadership for the 80 million Biafrans at this time. With the structure, with the document, with the papers, with everything needed to get our recognition. All these other groups, they are groups, all of them, they don't have anything. They don't have anything. And you cannot give recognition to a nation that has no structure, that has no legal document. Whether some of them believe in those legal documents or not, because some of them don't even believe in that. Some of them don't even believe we've declared on November 29th. When America declared and they got their independence, some did not believe in them. Some never think they can make it. So what some of these mediocres are doing, not believing we even declared, not seeing Basa Bosa, it is normal. They will continue to think like that while the United States of Biafra government continues to make the impact as a nation. We met all the Montevideo criteria conditions. We have civil territory, civil territorial control of our land. We have territorial control of our land. Gradually, we are building it up. At least for now, every holiday declared by the United States of Biafra government, 80 million Biafrans, they obey that. The voluntary mandate sit at home, being seen by the United States of Biafra government, the 80 million Biafrans, they obey that, including the Nigerian military and police that are still forcefully occupying our land. Their banks, all of them, they voluntarily shut down every Monday. That is control. Because Tinubu and Christopher Musa and Peter Obi and all these politicians, Charles Saluda, they told them to open their stores on Monday. She want Biafra to open their shops on Monday. The United States of Biafra government told them to voluntarily close it on Monday. And who did Biafrans obey? They obeyed the United States of Biafra government. That is called territorial control. And that is also called civil territorial control. Forget the control which Nigeria is exerting using the barrels of the gun, AK-47. Like when they use the gun, use helices and go and invade people's home at night. That is not control, that is force. Force don't last. That is why Nigeria is failing by the second. It's crumbling by the minute. That is why many of them, they are fighting tooth and nail as one Nigerian is, to find a way to succeed or survive. Nigeria is crumbling. The thousands of innocent Christians that are murdered in that place every day. Only a fool will seek for one Nigeria. Only somebody who is a terrorist will support the existence of one Nigeria. So as the United States of Biafra has led the way, we've exited Nigeria and seek for peaceful resolution, whether they like it or not, whether they want to talk about it or not. This freedom that has been declared, no one, no country, no individual can tamper with that. It does not matter what your plot or plan. As you're planning, we are planning. In our plan, we are planning. And I tell the Nigerian state, The earlier we talk about this, the better. To reduce tension on both sides. Do not think because you have the AK-47, you can intimidate Biafrans. That's not going to happen. That's why we declare Nigeria must go. Questions for the Defense Secretary, because it's getting late for their own end and at home.
Okay, we have two more hands. And is any of the hands, do you have a question for the Defense Secretary? If so, please unmute yourself. Okay, Honorable Benny, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Fountain. And thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister, Her Excellency, and all the gallant men here. You know, but I greet you. You guys are doing a good job. Mine is not really a question, but it's a commendation, actually. Okay. About 2 weeks ago, I posted something on the group WhatsApp, which came from my village forum. We are rallying up youths to go inside the forest and comb the forest for the herdsmen or the terrorists that the herds are lodging in the forests nearby, not really within our village, but the other neighboring villages. So they went in. I was really tensed up that I posted it here. And then the following day, I called home to ask the situation. My brother told me that yes, they actually, the youth went in to comb the forest. And when they got there, they met the Ravatas men already in the forest. So the Ravatas men actually captured those vigilantes from the village and threw them down. And then later they released them, and then they all started rejoicing because they realized they are all, you know, it's goal congruency. Actually, they have the same goal, and then they're fighting the same thing. So I was really happy that there was the presence of PDF in the forest in my village. So I want to commend the efforts and the gallantry of our men, and I would say may God continue to bless them, give them more courage to continue to defend the land. Thank the PM2 for her leadership. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, we've launched the United States of Biafra Elite Vigilante Group. All the 40 states, again, I thank all the chief security officers that are already established and doing the needful. The United States of Biafra Elite of Vigilante and the ones that are now taking over Vigilante in the 40 states of Biafra to fish out those Fulani reintegrated terrorists that are killing our people, raping our women, burning our homes, and forcefully removing our people. So the United States of Biafra Elite Vigilante, really great job with the new chief security officer that we have mobilizing and helping out. Those are some of the things that so many things going on in our Biafra territory, which we want to make sure that we continue to do what we need to do to ensure that we save and secure our people and our territory. Thank you so much. And again, I'm calling on anything Nigeria. If you're representing Nigeria, you need to leave the 40 state of Biafra territory. This is a peace call. It's a peace call. If you are representing Nigeria, you need to leave Biafra territory because we have declared our independence. We've gone through the legal process. If you are representing Nigeria in the 40 states, you need to leave the 40 states. You can move to the west, and move to the north, move to the middle belt, and stay there. If you are staying in any of the 40 states of Biafra, and you're working for Nigeria or you're representing Nigeria, I'm encouraging you to leave. Mine is to call for peace. But remember, the liberation of the United States of Biafra, the liberation of Biafra people, the freedom that we got now spanned since almost 2000 or thereabout, even 1998 or thereabout, since 2000 to 2010. Let's say from 2009 to 2026. So within this time frame, Biafrans have been gradually moving towards this freedom, which we got in Finland. So do not just look at Dr. Roberts and what I'm doing now. Look at that, the past 19 years, and the innocent Biafrans that the Nigerian state has killed their parents, their mothers, that the Nigerian state have burned their homes, destroyed their farms, destroyed their businesses, that the following terrorists have destroyed their economic power, that their breadwinners have been locked up by the Nigerian state. Think of these past 18 years, the massacre has occurred. The one in Obibo, the one in Ihamufu, the one in Port, the one in Headfish, the one in Delta, or the one in Aba. All this massacre that Nigerian state has done to Biafra people all these years, I want you to remember them and know that if you represent Nigeria now in the 40 states, it will be hard for you. It will be difficult for you. So it's not just from the time we declared and we got our legal documents to remove Nigeria as we are doing now. I want you to remember the past years that innocent Biafrans have been massacred by Nigeria. Thousands of the breadwinners are still languishing in different jails. When you remember that, you will know that the streets, the whole 40 streets of Biafra right now belongs to Biafra citizens. And they don't want you, they don't want anything Nigeria in those 40 states. I'm peacefully asking you to leave. If you are working for the Nigeria state, I'm peacefully asking you to leave the Biafra 40 states, the Biafra territory. Regardless of how many AK-47 you have, when it will hit you, you will not even have that AK-47 with you. I'm peacefully asking you to leave so that the Biafran 40 state governors and the commissioners and the elite, they can start working immediately in full force. The structures are already there. They are on every street of Biafra. The Biafra elite are on the streets of Biafra. At least I can tell you, 90% of them on the streets of Biafra. So you got to go if you are representing Nigeria in Biafra territory. Victor, go ahead, the mouthpiece. Then we'll just take 2 or 3 questions and we can close for the day, please, because we remember our fundraising tomorrow. Please continue to raise them. We'll use these funds to help thousands and thousands of innocent persons that are locked up in the Nigerian state. Go ahead, Victor.
Okay. Victor. Okay. Oh, I think it's me. Victor just came in now.
Oh, sorry. Is that Victor?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you, Honorable Fandian. I raised my hand and, just to thank the elite Honorable Secretary Rabbi for what they do and making sure that Biafra land is secured. Thank you so much for doing the needful. Thank you. And also, I wanted to use the opportunity to thank the Asian rep, because the man that called you from India, he called and called. In fact, he nearly chased me out of work, with his calls, So, but I had to now tell him, I had to take permission to really attend to him, telling him, look, please, Maz, would you mind meeting yourself? Maz. Okay. Okay. So, so I had to now encourage him to speak to Honorable Christopher, who is who has all the documents that will help, to make sure that he was telling me a lot of stories about how he left the US, how he did everything and all that. And I was like, okay, what have you been doing? One thing with our people is that they don't run when the rain is about to start. They run when the rain has already beaten them. And then they want you to, do a magic immediately and make sure that they get what they want immediately. And I asked him severally, what have you been doing under the United States of Biafra? Oh, I was with the DOS. I now, everything changed when we joined our PM and all that. You see, now, I forgo everybody. And you have seen that, please, this guy that is keep unmuting himself, making me, I can't, I keep, it's distracting me. So the thing is, if you know where you are now, make sure you just run like your life depends on it to join the United States of Biafra. And I told him also, make sure you come to the fundraising tomorrow, not when everybody is donating. You don't donate, you don't do anything now, but you need help. You now remember that you have United States of Biafra government and you need it. Somebody gave you my number and you're calling and calling and calling, trying to chase me out of my place of work. So please, I am using this opportunity to let our people know, if you know that you need documents to save you wherever you are at the moment, because we all are going on. But at the moment you need help to make sure that you're not taken back, make sure you do the right thing. Every day our DPM is shouting, trying, talking, and telling you guys every time what you need to do, but you don't want to do it. But the last minute you want us to just do magic and give you the paper so that you won't be chased out of where you are. When you know the right government to follow. So, anyways, I just want to thank you, Asian Rep. Thank you so much for eventually helping him to not be taken home, because he knows what he will face if he's repatriated. So, thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Honorable Fandian. Thank you, the elite squad, all the honorables doing the needful for this government. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Mouthpiece, for that wonderful advice. And again, at this point, my sister, we are not even telling anyone where to be. Anyone that is confused about their freedom at this time, never want their freedom from day one. So let them consider options. Either you continue to move to one Nigeria. I think those ones, you're familiar with how that operates, or you just go to your state, find your state, find your state governor, ask them how you can be of assistance to your state. And again, we have so many positions open in the homeland that diasporas are taking over right now. We have diasporas in abroad helping their states to build their states, especially in the defense area, to ensure that the Nigerian terrorist people are not coming there to kill our people the way they are massacring and killing them in the north and in the middle belt and now even in the west. Thanks to the United States of Biafra government, we stabilized the quality over there. We have been able to stabilize the quality. That's why some of you that ordinarily you wouldn't peacefully go to Biafra territory, you are now relaxing, you're happy in Biafra territory, thanks to the United States of Biafra government. So we will continue to protect our people and protect our land.
Your Excellency, I sent you something now, because this has been on the platform where I'm one of the stakeholders, and they have been trying to advise them, look at what the Nigerian government is sending. They're only talking about the Southwest and South-South. The Southwest now want to merge with the South-South, telling them what they want to do, knowing full well that already we are now independent of our own Southeast. Yeah.
My sister, don't stress yourself on that. There's nothing like Nigeria in USB. We don't want to. They already failed state, and we don't want the shenanigans they are doing on social media and all that. We don't want to be. I just call that distraction. We are doing the needful, both at home and on ground, to ensure that every element of the Nigerian state is not allowed in the United States of Biafra 40 states. Full stop. Nothing more, nothing less. They can write anything they want. They can do anything we want. Biafrans on ground, we continue to ensure there's no Nigeria that exists in the 40 states of Biafra. It is a task that Biafrans have taken up on themselves. And again, I keep saying mine is to call for peace, so we can resolve this peacefully. Those that have been looking and fighting for Biafra in the past, they are still there. They are still Biafrans. Nothing has changed. Even though some want to agree, some don't want to agree. Nothing has changed. They will not allow anything in Nigeria to succeed in Biafra territory. That is why I am peacefully calling for this peaceful resolution. It is the right thing to do. We are legally removing Nigeria from the 40 states of Biafra. No one can stop that. Regardless of what they do, regardless of what Tinubu says. Again, these are the list of my problems, honestly. My focus is to ensure that nothing Nigeria stays in Biafra territory successfully. That's why I'm calling for this peace. And I know the reason why I'm stressing on this. Nothing Nigeria is welcome in Biafra territory as we speak.
Yeah. Can I say something?
The person on board.
Hello? Am I permitted to say something?
Yeah, hold on. Nothing Nigeria is allowed in Biafra territory as we speak. Don't look at this is coming from Dr. Rabweze. Mine is to make peace. I'm telling you this based on what has happened in that part of the world in the past 18 to 19 years for a people that wanted to be free. Nothing has changed within that 18, 19 years, or starting from Onyedu Nnamdi time. Nothing has changed. The intermittent saboteurs that come in and out and get money from the legitimized governors every now and then and try to confuse. I know many of you have seen that your job is getting more difficult right now, unlike in the past. Many of you are seeing now that which you easily do in the past, when the delegitimized governors give you money to do one or two things, you try to confuse one or two people, you now know, you are now discovering it is more difficult now for you to do what you have done in the past. I know you know it's more difficult for you now than what you used to do in the past. The Obibo massacre, the Aba massacre, the Mbo massacre, the Headbridge on massacre. You know now, your job is getting more difficult than it was in the past. And I'm not going to tell you the reason why, but I'm telling you, anyone supporting Nigeria, you should leave the 40 state of Biafra left. How you do that is not my business. We have the 40 state governors. Those of you native in Nigeria, meet your state governors if you want to have a clean slate and discover things you have to do to protect your state. We are running a confederacy. We have 40 states in the whole Biafra nation. 40 states. Not one, not two, not five. We have 40 states. That's why I keep saying I am open for discussions so that we can end this quagmire as quickly as possible. It is not a matter of whether Nigeria wants it or not. This is something that must happen. And the sooner it happens, the better. The sooner it happens, the better. Nigeria state has killed many Biafrans. Nigeria politicians have killed many Biafrans. No Nigeria politician will move freely in Biafra 40 states. Because the people that you have killed, their mothers and fathers and brothers, they are waiting for you in Biafra territory. That's all I have to say. Let's go to the next person.
Okay, the next person is iPhone.
iPhone, just make it very brief. Just 2 minutes, then Victor, 2 minutes.
Yeah, these two hands they're gonna be the last. iPhone and Victor Thomas. iPhone, over to you. Meanwhile, Victor Thomas, please get ready. Thank you very much.
Hello? I don't hear.
Not very well. There's it's not flowing. Can you move?
Good evening. Can you hear me now?
A little bit, but it's still cutting. Go ahead, please.
Okay. What I wanted to say in the first place is to honestly commend our able DPM for all she has been doing so far. We have been following gradually, and we are seeing what's been done. But I wanted to ask a few questions I don't know actually, but is it possible for us to take Nigerian government to the World Court for this reason? Another thing is
there's already things like things in that angle is already activated. It's already in place. Go ahead.
Okay.
Not just in one court, several places. Go ahead.
Okay. Another thing I wanted to say is to see how we can make peace within ourselves. Now, if you check recently, our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, recently inaugurated or appointed new DOS.
Did you hear Nnamdi Kanu? Did you hear him do that?
That's a good question. I didn't, but that's what it's on the news.
They told you Nnamdi said. Right?
Okay. If it is live, that's fine. But if it is true, what I was trying to say initially, anyhow, we can merge with all these different groups and be on one platform.
There's no
right now, any sensible Biafran will know that USB is the leading group. So for any other group coming around, there is need for us to actually bring them together. You know, I know you have been trying, but let us make it more.
There's no group anyway. There's no group except the one on your head. So let me be very, very clear with people sometimes. Sometimes I listen to so-called peacemakers, so-called people that are trying to help their friends get their freedom. Sometimes I listen to the narrative they create out there. And this narrative is exactly the narrative that the Nigeria terrorist states want people to be talking about. And that narrative is, oh, there are so many groups out there. There are so many problems out there. You people are not together. You people have to find peace among yourselves. You people are, again, these are all things that are on the person talking on your brain. Whoever that is saying that, these are the pictures those individuals have on their brain. They need to talk to genuine Biafrans that are seeking for their freedom. Is very important. That's why I say we are the one that will write our own history. Nobody can come and write our history. We are the ones that will write the history of our freedom, of our people. If somebody is talking with Moke, Mongwe, Mochicha, and then the person is not focused, the person doesn't even know we are only understand all the things that the PM did, and now we are here. If somebody has not followed these two individuals, the person shouldn't be talking about Biafra at all, because the person is going to has already missed so much that has educated genuine Biafrans on where they are now and what they are doing and things they can accept and things they cannot accept. So those that be sleeping all this while when Onyedo was talking, and those that have lost interest, let me use that word, when the PM was around, if they just come back now because they see that the Biafra, they see we've declared that we are making so much progress, and now they want to go here, go there, then come and say, oh, you people have to make this, then that person has not been following. That is just what I have to say. Those that have been following the trajectory, especially from Onyedo Nnamdi Kanu to the Prime Minister to my humble self and this USB cabinet, there's nothing like groups. So anyone that comes and tell you group, just the person, that group is on their own head. There's nothing like group in the United States of Biafra. Anyone that comes out to tell you, oh, I think I'm confused. I don't don't know who to follow again. I don't know where to go. I think that you are doing it right, but I'm kind of confused. Then you ask the person, did you truly follow the PM? They'll say, no, after they took on it, I just went to sleep. And then the PM was doing it for the 4 or 5 years. And now they took PM. I believe now you're doing it well. That's why I want to come out now. When you come out, just come out and observe. Do not talk. Do not infuse. When I'm talking to the last person, I know it's nothing personal though. I'm just talking generally. So let those people not infuse their confusion, their confusion, their mindset, their lack of understanding. They are not following their carnal judgment. Let them not bring it near the United States of Biafra, 80 million citizens. They can go look for those that are falling out. Some of the ones that have no clue what is going on. They can go there and be having that fun discussion with them. But once you come to the real deal, the United States of Biafra government, the 80 million indigenous people of Biafra, as a people, not as an organization, as a people, not as an organization that the PM cancelled out. There's some elements are coming now to revive it. The IPOB organization that went to Finland, sent their people to Finland to go and testify against our Prime Minister Simon Epa. The IPOB that Benjamin Madubugo, China Samuel, Nkegurabo, all these faithless, some of them faithless individuals that have hijacked and working with the DSS. And somebody's just coming up from somewhere and said, oh, we don't even know which one is speech again. Just tell those people not to bring that confusion near you. Let them go and stay wherever they feel comfortable, wherever they are okay. But let them not bring that confusion near the people of the United States of Biafra, the 80 million of us are near the Biafra government. Because some of the people that you think or you believe they are groups or they don't know what they're doing, they are purposely doing what they are doing. Only time we teach them and they will learn the hard way. That is the only thing. Our people are very difficult. Only time we teach them. There is nothing you're going to tell them that this is the right place, this is the right thing to do. Nothing. If you like, you preach from now till thy kingdom come. That is why you just leave them alone. Let them be. Let them do that which is okay for them, that which they believe in. Let them do it as long as they do not lie against the United States of Biafra government or cabinet or citizens or the leadership. As long as they don't do that, to just let them be where they are. Oh, I thought they told them, just stay where you are, be where you are. You cannot go and make peace, you don't know the problem. You can't. You're just deceiving yourself. You can't make peace, you don't know the problem. No, you can't. You can't make peace as a nation with somebody that believes that this nation was never declared on November the 29th. They will tell you it was December 2nd. What peace are you going to be talking with that person? What makes you think the person will believe what you're saying? Those that we are following these people, these groups, after our declaration, many of them that discovered the truth, they are inside the government. They are working for the government. They are helping their state governors, commissioners, doing one thing or the other to make sure that this freedom we got is protected. You won't even know when they fall out from the criminals. And they are continuously doing that. So people should stay where they feel comfortable. They got to do that. Only time we solve this problem, if there is any at all. Because for the United States of Biafra government, there's no single problem. And anyone that comes out to use any derogatory word against any United States of Biafra government, cabinet, or citizen, like, oh, you people are fighting, you people are, that person is a fool. Sorry to use that word, that person is a very big fool. That means the person has not been following. If you're following Onyendu and you're following the PM, you can never use your mouth to say, oh, there is a group you need to go and make peace with. No, there is a structure that has been laid by Onyendu for this freedom. That structure was solidified by a prime minister for this freedom. Anything outside that is just distraction. And when you are confused, you should ask questions. In this world of social media today, no one can say they don't know what is going on. If you don't see it on Facebook, you see it on Twitter. If you don't see it on Twitter, you see it on TikTok or email or WhatsApp or Telegram. So you can't pretend you don't know what's going on. Unless you know, but you want to be a distraction or you want to continue to swim in that world of confusion, just stay in your own space without confusion. Nobody should bring it near USB. There is no division anywhere in the United States of Biafra government, which Onyendu and the Prime Minister has prepared for us. There's no group there. All these other things you're seeing, they are distractions. And you will see the way they will continue to crumble by the minute. So that's just, I want to use this time to address people that if you don't know, please do ask questions. But don't go to mosquito, you go to ant, you go to cockroach, you go to toad, you go to, okay, you go to, then you want to come to USB and say, oh, this group, how can you? I see there are so many people. You people, you are not united. You people, how can you make peace? You people, that means you've been talking to the wrong people. Don't bring it near the United States of Biafra people. Last person, please. Next person.
DPM, just one thing. I'd like to add one thing to what you've said. The United States of Biafra government does not call Biafrans to ask them to live where they are, whichever group they are. This government does not. We understand a lot of groups have been calling people, to come over to their group. We are not doing group business. We are a government. And just be rest assured that this government does not call you from your home to leave the group you are to come to us. But if you know where you are, you'll be so. Just be there. A lot of things have happened that when some people come to us, come to the United States of Biafra government, they come in here because they're in trouble, perhaps with their status in the diaspora country where they are. This government protects the haves and have-nots. It protects every citizen for the mere fact that you are an indigenous person of Biafra. That's why we have indigenous people of Biafra. But some people claiming you do not have any knowledge. Everyone has every knowledge. It is you. It's left for you to make your decision. Please, this is a government. We cover everyone. But for you to get the information and to know the right thing is your own prerogative. Please, there are certain things some people bring here. Oh, we had the hearsay. You can continue with the hearsay. We are here for facts and the real deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Randy. And again, that's one thing that I try to let people know. All those, don't go to people that call themselves IPOB organization or people that call them one thing. Then you want to come and bring them and compare that to the United States of Biafra government. And I keep telling everyone listening to me, the Department of Justice, the DOJ, the registration of the United States of Biafra government is registered as a government of a foreign country.
Yes.
All these IPOB, whatever, brigade, they are organizations. The USB is the government of a foreign nation. That is the status of USB with the DOJ. So I need to every now and then educate some of you, and those that are thinking there is something else existing somewhere. There is nothing. All those are distractions. We are very, very busy, very, very busy. And these distractions, they want to drag you into that distractions every now and then. Just like Famdi said, what sensible person will go behind and be calling their friends, calling people you know that they are Biafran leaders. You're calling them to come and join you in your illegal group, in your organization, in something that is illegal. PM knows it's illegal. You have no basis to even operate. And you're deceiving yourselves and deceiving people. All they want is just to disturb us. You can see the work we're doing right now. Building our allies, getting the help we need. Looking for money to bail thousands of innocent Biafrans. Tinubu and Christopher Musa, the delegitimized governor, they locked up in different jails across Nigeria and across Biafra territory. You don't know how many reports I get every day of breadwinners that are locked up, picked up by the Nigerian state. How are we going to bail them out from the jail? How are we going to bring them out? Nigerian state don't want them to come out. They're a lawless country. They just dump them there. Even when the lawyers go, they make things difficult for the lawyers. And then when eventually they bail them, they want them to bring millions of their Nigerian currency to bail these innocent people. And if they don't have the money, they keep languishing in those jails. And then somebody will come out and be talking about groups. That means the person is not even serious to start with. That means you don't know. If you don't know, you ask questions. And when you ask questions and get all the information you need, then stay where you want to stay. That is what the PM says. Anywhere, stay there. Stay there. For now, I am in charge. I'm the one in charge of this nation, this new Christian nation declared. I'm in charge of the 80 million IPOB, indigenous people of Biafrans, because that's what we are. We are IPOB. Make sure you know the difference between the IPOB as a people, we, the 80 million, and IPOB as an organization, which the PM dissolved and cancelled out. You must know the difference between these two. So that when you are talking on social media, doing things on social media, you will have the facts and you are not going to make a disgrace of yourself.
Thank you, my PM. Honestly, you have enlightened my brain somehow, and I'm sure those who are listening have got something to take home. The last thing I wanted to say is about the Nigerian government. As you can see, they are not ready to do anything. They are not ready to move. They just want to be there and waste as much time they want. So why don't us start something? For example, this election coming up, we can declare no election in Biafra land and enforce it. We'll have to start something that will make them move. If we're just waiting for them to peacefully move, they're not going to move. Yeah,
again, maybe you've not been following. Again, what you've said, we already did that. And again, if you have been following, Obato says, after our declaration, don't expect magic to happen. Again, that's why I'm saying those that followed Onyedu Nnamdi Kanu and they never followed PM, they lost a lot in the information, in the education, in the trainings, in the proposals, in the plans the PM had, which has given us our freedom. So those people that have missed that, sometimes when I hear their questions, I know that you really missed that. So the PM has told us how it's going to be after our declaration. There is nothing anyone is going to add or remove from that. That is why you have the United States of Biafra cabinet. We are following those instructions by the letter. And in addition to that, we added other instructions that is going to help us as a new Christian nation. So we combine all those things together. Again, forget the shenanigans, the legitimized Southeast governors and Tinubu and Christopher Musa and co are doing. Marpis, I just looked at that thing you said. There's even no name in things like that. So I don't even know why any of us should even read things like that that has no name, no information.
Yeah, I was trying to let you know that some of our people are still looking at this, knowing full well that if they are talking about only Southwest and South-South, which means Southeast is on its own, a sovereign nation. You don't have to. That's what I was trying to let you know. But that guy kept on making my speech.
Yeah, it's okay. I noticed that. Yeah, I noticed that. But you know, some of these things there are distractions. Onyendu has said it. The freedom of our people, our new nation, is coming from diaspora. So those of you that are thinking, oh, you're gonna do this in homeland for Biafra to come, you're gonna do that, means you still miss the leaders that you have in the past. You were not following their instructions on what they were saying. Or again, when I say you, not you, nothing personal. Some may cannily hear things, plan for things, but may not follow through what those leaders are saying.
Your Excellency, the thing is that our people forget that when the war ends, a lot of people still die until the ceasefire or the end of the war finishes. So now we have exited, but they still have to. It will take some time before they finally vacate. Our people have to be patient. That's all.
Yeah. Thank you again. Like I said, those that we are following the PM, and these are world-class leaders, our Onyendu and our Prime Minister. Things that they've laid down for us, we're not going to add. We're not going to remove. Those structures is there. Anyone that seeks the freedom of the 80 million Biafrans, you should fall in line with the United States of Biafran government and leadership. There is no other way. Nothing else exists out there. No individual, nobody can conduct any referendum again for the 80 million Biafrans. We've already conducted a self-referendum. So if Tinubu and Christopher Musa and Yako Juku is telling you, okay, let's see how we're going to do this, you're just fooling yourself. No other self-referendum will be conducted because we've already done that. We've declared our nation. What we are doing now is protecting that nation. And we've launched Nigeria Must Go. That is where we are right now. So any of you going back to draw us back to what we already done, you have to start building your own country. You have to move to either the West or North or Middle Belt and start building another referendum with them, not in the 40 state of Biafra. Our international allies have called on Nigeria to respect the 40 state of the Christian nation of Biafra. That instruction is on their table. Whether they want to play with it or dilly-dally with it, anyhow they want to do it. That instruction is clear to Tinubu and Co. And I believe they know the right thing to do. They know the right thing to do. They always say Igbo people, they don't have king. You must. It's a must in capital. Because if not, that which Onyendu got, that which PM that they will destroy it. That's why we know look face. We know, I don't look your face. We know they look face, honestly.
At all.
Don't look your face. I don't know where you're coming from. Mine is to listen to what comes out from your mouth and what you do.
And then treat it.
You are treated as you present it, nothing more. We don't have any problem with anyone. We are a very peaceful Christian nation. That's what we are building. But if you want to make yourself a scapegoat that will be used by the Nigeria terrorist state to come and give direction to us, to the United States of Biafra people, to these 80 million indigenous people of Biafrans, to this freedom that we got, this declaration we got, and you think Nigeria is going to tell you there's another way to do it for us. For us, you must be joking. Big time joke. If you want peace, all you need to tell them, you must go and talk with Dr. Robertson. Let us end these things once and for all. I was listening to Wazirike the other day.
Oh my goodness.
And I see a very confused man that needed a lot of help. Wazirike with Masol killed so many indigenous Biafrans. Wazirike was seeking to get Biafra freedom inside Nigeria or under Nigeria. Anyone thinking, planning, plotting, United States of Biafra or the 80 million Biafran freedom inside, under Nigeria, with Nigeria, you're making a very big mistake. And I don't need to tell you, and you don't need to explain to Biafrans. I'm just telling you to stop immediately. Immediately, because we've been through that nonsense during Wazirike's time. And at the end, what did Wazirike do? He sold the freedom of his people because he was thinking that the Nigerian collaborators he was talking with that are telling him, don't worry, what is freedom? Let me say, under Nigeria, independent. You know, they listen to these mischievous individuals that are paid to deceive people like him. And now he's coming to talk trash on social media. Anyone that knows that man, tell him to quietly go home. And I respect his age. Let him stop constituting himself as a nuisance on social media. Wazirike. This crop of Biafrans you're saying right now, we don't look no face, I'm telling you. If Tinubu and Christopher Musa and Soludo and Biancoju could tell you anything, you must come to me and ask me, what do I think about it? And I'll give you the answer. And you must follow that answer. But if you think you can come on social media and start constituting nuisance with all these your warped up ideas, pretending you know what the USB is doing. You're deceiving yourself. Don't do that anymore. Don't do that nonsense you came out to do on social media again. Don't do that. If you want to take a vacation, travel outside that place and go rest. But don't come there and make a fool of yourself like you did a few days ago. I was watching you. I watched you from beginning to end. And I'm watching you. I follow people that every now and then they come out to talk trash on social media. Every now and then I follow them. Because it's only by listening to them that you will know why Biafra has not been successful in the past. Because people like that, they make noise on social media every time, deceiving the gullible ones. So let no one pay any attention to people like that. Wazirike, the Masaba leader. Again, These people that are coming out to say they are IPO the organization, Canon, I believe that's his name. The third tier, fourth tier, fifth tier, sixth tier of a new DOS organization. Stop constituting yourselves as newsers on social media. That place you're going. Obato there already.
Done there.
I've gone there. Those are not around. Don't make a fool of yourself on social media anymore. Don't do that. The nonsense you did in Homeland, telling people to go and take videos and say they are ESN. And then the Nigerian state now went and killed some of those individuals. I don't know what your plot is and your plan. Obato has already assessed all these things. That's why he said there's nothing like ESN. Now, people like you have come out now. This kind of Nigerian government are giving you little money to go and start saying there is ESN. And when they start saying there's ESN, it gives this terrorist state of Nigeria the opportunity to now start coming to Biafra land, to start killing innocent Biafrans. The peace and stability the United States of Biafra government has placed in Biafra territory since November 29, 2024. Some of you want to come and disrupt that again. This is the last time I'm going to talk to you about this. Don't do that again. Don't do that nonsense again. Don't risk the life of Biafrans anymore. Don't do that. Anyone that does not follow or believe in the United States of Biafra is against that freedom, which Onyendo and PM says. It's as simple as that. And Biafrans, be on the lookout for this type of individuals. Everywhere they come out from, you must give them that which they deserve, which is relegating them to the trash of history. That's where they belong. Victor, I thought you already talked. Victor, there.
Yeah, I think
Victor already talked.
Yeah, Victor already talked. The last person is Henry.
Honorable Henry,
Right.
Yes, I did. Her Excellency, please.
Am I coming out clear?
Yes.
Okay. I greet everyone.
Yeah, 2
I greet
minutes.
everyone. Yes, I greet Honorable Diane. Thank you very much. Agumwai. Ihe niile i kwuru. In fact, I was to come by a meeting. So I'm just happy today joining you guys today. I greet everyone, all the governors and the defense, everyone. God bless everyone in Jesus' name. So my listen is I just want to give I'm just trying to give an update based on my journey last time. I said I'm going to the homeland. So when God take me there and bring me back, I think I came back last week. So this opportunity I have to join this meeting today because due to the network over there, I'll not be able to get to the meetings at all time. So I'm here, I'm back now. So I'm here right now to update at DPM how I went. I'm the SAG representing Itayana. So I went there, I came back due to the network over there. But all my movement there, I discovered that USBG is doing a lot of things over there. People, I was thinking that even at this point in time that that side are not participating in the sit at home. So I discovered that they are doing it as I'm going there. So even that route to Aba to that UIK, on Monday there's no movement over there. Even with the police that used to stop money from people on the road, they don't come out on Mondays. So I was now asking them some questions.
They now told me that, in fact, the Biafra people did not allow them to be coming out every Mondays. I said, eh. So I thought you people say that Biafra is not coming. They say, it's not a joke, it's not a joke matter that they are serious. I said, okay. So I was going about gathering some information before I now went to where our men are. They took me to some places where I be with them and discover a lot of things also. So, but something happened on the line after 3 days. I left here like on 29th of that April. I think the zoo government have to come to the commander's house and vandalize the house and burn it down. So I was there at the homeland there. I witnessed everything. So I started to say, okay, let me come back to Lagos and gain the information. So Mama, I already sent all this information to your page. So thank you very much. And please, I want you to be very strong that we are going. And where even they as well, that they are gone and gone forever. Those people that are saying that, I believe that the people are a fallback. They are not guys, they can't go forward. They are question that doesn't make sense to us because Biafra government is a government. There's nothing anybody can say about that or can do about it. So I thank my honorable Labai. I thank all the defense with their strength and their effort. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So please, I want to place this a plea that something should be done for my immediate because they are eager to revenge the house of that very commander. They are gather them, I talk to them, and they are drawing some strategy.
Yeah, follow up.
Yes.
Defense Secretary again. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that report is already established. We know everything. Thank you so much and welcome back. Yeah, again, what the Nigerian terrorist state is doing, it is like a cascade. I keep telling people what Nigeria or anything Nigeria is going to be experiencing in Biafra territory. It's not just from Dr. Rabweze. It is the evil the Nigerian state has been doing to Biafran people for the past maybe 10, 20 years. They're going to pay the result. They're going to pay the price at this time, both from abroad and inside homeland. Internationally, Nigeria is gone. The things that has happened to Nigeria, any Nigerian politician now, trust me, many of them are looking for a way to leave that country. What is happening to them is not coming from inside Nigeria. Forget this one, they are going to do election. All this noise they're making on social media like fools. Deep down, many of them knows that Nigeria is gone. So whatever they do or whatever they are saying, all those things are just said. So again, like I said, mine is to make peace. And mine is to bridge that gap between the Biafrans that have been hurt in the past 10, 15 years, 5, 6, 7, 10, 15 years ago. The Biafrans that have been hurt by the Nigerian terrorist state. And then Nigeria. Mine is to bridge that gap. That's why I keep calling for peace. Those people that we are killed, their homes were burnt. We have this one report right now. So now, this person that gave this report now about an innocent Nigerian home, innocent Biafran home that was burnt down by Nigerian politicians. It would be naive to say that those individuals, they are the owners of the land, they will see any Nigerian politician tomorrow and they will let them go or have a free pass. This is just the law of nature. And it doesn't even have to be the place where that happened. It could be a different state. The move, the motive, this freedom is to one people, the 80 million Biafrans. So the Nigeria politician with Tinubu that burnt these guys home. You're telling me that the Nigerian politicians home, any of them, will be free, will not be burnt down in Biafra territory?
Definitely.
You see, with or without me, they will still revenge. That's why Nigeria must stop what they're doing in the United States of Biafra territory. They must stop and talk. Let's talk as quickly as possible to reduce crisis on both sides. It is the legal thing and it is the right thing to do. Do not take our quietness, our peace for granted. Don't take it for granted. You cannot burn an innocent Biafran's home and you, a Nigerian politician existing in Biafra land, your home will not be burnt down. No, it doesn't work that way. And like I said, it may not be you in that particular area where that home of the innocent Biafran was burnt down. It could be in a different place. That's just the law of nature. It could be a different place. Biafrans are in the 40 state. They're on the streets of Biafra. The Biafra elites, they're on the streets. They are no longer in the bush. The elites are on the street. That is why if you're in Biafra territory, and you're a Bubago, you're Udogachi, or Agone Chamber, you're on the streets of Biafra. Biafrans are on the streets. The elites are on the streets. So stop what you're doing. Stop the intimidation. Stop collecting money from Tinubu and Christopher Musa and the politicians and using it against your own people. "95% of the United States of Biafra elites are on the streets of Biafra." So don't be deceived or think that you can continue to destroy people's home, kill their family members, and then your own people, your homes and your family will be free. No, it's not gonna work. So that's why we need to talk ASAP, before it gets out of hand. It gets out of hand. And it's not about me. It is about the evils, the killings, the forceful removal that Nigeria has done in the past 18 years, 15, 10, 18 years. The results are going to start coming out very, very soon. That's why it's important that we talk about this peaceful separation as quickly as possible. And those that think that there is another option or another way, or they want to be doing it in a different way, they must leave the United States of Biafra territory. You cannot constitute nuisance for USP in this new nation that we've created. We have a template for our recognition, and nobody can tamper with that template. No one. Some of you are very ignorant. You only see one way. You want Basakusa, and all that. Thinking That is the only way. There are countries that actually secure their independence without the military. Go and Google it. There are countries that have their freedom, secure their independence without military. Ours is to defend our land and defend our people, and we are doing that successfully. Those that do not get the appropriate trainings from the United States of Biafra Defense Department, from the elite department, from the Secretary of Defense, you are going to be falling victim to the Nigerian state every now and then. Because the trainings we give to our defense safeguards many of them, many of them. There are pockets of here and there. Again, we are doing absolutely well to get our recognition, secure our country. Nigerians have been advised to leave the foreign state of Biafra. And that is where we are right now. Famdi.
Yeah, thank you. And then the last hand here is Honorable Henry.
I thought Henry said you
okay. Yeah. Please, my DPM, I just quick reminder. DPM, I don't know. I've been checking your Twitter handle, but I've not seen that announcement regarding the Malaysia mission.
Please,
so please,
just resend it to me again. I'll post it after, please. Thank you.
Okay, because you know this brother there in India, he called almost every cabinet member because he's not following up. He don't even know his mission head, but he will claim his USD. So I encourage everybody to locate their mission head. That way, their problem will be solved easily. Rather than calling people in other regions that don't even know what is happening or the system where they live, it makes it difficult for them. And go to the website, apply for your ID card. If you apply for that ID card, in the interim, while the plastic one is under processing, there is a document that will be given to you that will protect you. Let us start to embrace our God-given rights. That ID card is your God-given right. Stop neglecting it. So if he has that, I think he would have been under that pressure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, everyone, go to the website, official website, apply for your ID, www.unitedstates with an statesofbiafra.org. Apply for your ID card, and then make sure that you get those security documents to safeguard you wherever you are, while we continue to carry out the template for our full protection, for our country's protection, regardless of what the enemies are plotting or what they want.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, that was the last time, and we're going to draw the curtain down.
Okay, Amike, go ahead. One more hand. 2 minutes. I saw that hand. Go ahead. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, Amike. We cannot hear you.
She's not able to unmute herself.
Let me see. It's not participants. Yeah, she can unmute. Okay. Family, that's it. She cannot unmute herself. That's fine.
Amikebo, are you able to unmute yourself? If not, we're going to have to draw the curtain down. She's not there anymore.
Right, family.
Okay.
So once our fundraising again, everyone, please continue to donate.
Yes. And then thank you all for your presence. And then we had a great question and answer this evening. And I'll be looking forward to seeing each and every one of us tomorrow coming to the fundraising. I think it is actually very, very pertinent that we all need to support by coming to the fundraising and then donating, or you going to the site. We have a lot of things to say. I think we are talking so much. Everyone wants to talk. We have talked a lot, all the information everyone needs to know about this government and about what we are doing, it has been said. Right now, we need to support financially. It is by what we do. And then also some people perhaps have chosen not to support. That's okay. But if you are not supporting, and then when you have a need and then you come to us, that's a need. Because you need to, everyone in our families, we have responsibilities, because if you do not do the needful or what you're supposed to do, then your family home or your house wouldn't be run perfectly. So there is an obligation that must be met. Well, if your choice not to donate, that's okay. But you remember, if you're a part, then you know that you are really fully a United States of Biafra citizen, not just by being, by calling you that you have really made some, supports or they've done some things. I don't even know how I will feel if I'm not supporting and then I have a need and then I come, oh yes, everyone is supposed to save money. Today in America is the remembrance of the independence of the United States of America.
Yeah.
People who did it didn't do it by just talking. A lot of them, when you go Google it and then you see those that supported financially. As a matter of fact, if not for some of them that really came together, it could have been more difficult. So you have an obligation. And one more time, I'm going to have to quote Kennedy again. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And here on this, we draw the curtain. Thank you, Excellency. Over to you.
Thank you so much, dear friends, for this wonderful session. Next Friday, we're going to have another session with another cabinet secretary. And what they do basically is to, we are presenting the structures of the different departments that we have in the United States of Biafra government. And again, for people to see, we already have everything in place to move from day one. It's not those that are gossiping on social media, talking up and down and all that. We are ready to kick off from day one. Some departments have already kicked off gradually. So next Friday is going to be another secretary. And remember how the structure of the United States of Biafra is at the federal level. All the secretaries and the department, we have a replica of them in Homeland. And they are all doing very well. All the secretaries, most of the secretaries of the at the federal level meet with the Homeland similar offices. The only difference is why they are called secretaries at the federal level, at the state level, they are called commissioners. So they meet with them every now and then, the different departments, to ensure that whatever we are doing is streamlined and all that. So thank you so much, dear friends, for being at this question and comment session. We really appreciate that. We value that. It's a place for us to continue to educate those that really have the interests of Biafra at heart, and also offer an opportunity for you to be able to liaise with your homeland, either your security, defense, your governors, your commissioners, and to continue to build. There is no other way except what we are doing. Just stay in the course. If the Nigerian state is planning an election in Biafra territory, it is Biafra people that we say, we do not want this election from the Nigerian terrorist state. It's not just Dr. Obreze. It's not just what PM Simon Ekpa. The time has come when it is a one-person thing. It is the collective will of the people that is leading right now. That is why our independence is in the hand of Biafrans. So those that are saying Nigeria is going to plan an election, conduct an election, the people in Biafra territory must stop those elections. It has to be a collective thing. The people will say, you are not going to conduct election in front of my house. Carry your thing and go. It's as simple as that. The community will come together and say, you are not going to do this tomorrow. That is how it's going to be. The time has passed. Those of you that are looking or waiting for Dr. Robertson to perform miracles, no. Those miracles will not be only do carry Biafra on their head, on his shoulder. It was some of you that still push them and still surrender them to the Nigerian state. Then when our PM was carrying everybody on his shoulder, doing it for him, for everyone, for him. He was carrying everybody's pain, everybody's tears, everybody's cry. Obatobia was carrying it on their shoulder. And at the end, what did you all do to him? What happened to him? You all still sold him to the Nigerian state. And their collaborators abroad. That is not going to happen now. This fight, every single Biafran must be involved in this kingdom. It is in your hand. It's not in our President's hand. You must play your part. If there are Fulani terrorists in your community, you all do community meetings. You tell whoever is in charge here, you don't want to see these people here again tomorrow. You tell them to leave. You're the owners of the land. They will leave. They must leave. If the Nigerian state bring the AK-47 and do gara-gara, when they leave, you will still make those people leave because the land belongs to you. There are no two ways about it. So anyone that is waiting that it must be from our president alone, just like what our past leaders suffered, and some of you still throw them under the bus, that's not going to happen. Every one of us, the 80 million, we want the freedom. So everyone must do their own portion. When you do now, the kind of I am doing my own very well. You do your own. When each and every one of us do our little one, this case is closed. Thank you so much, dear friends. Thank you all the cabinet members, and we'll see you all tomorrow during our fundraising. May God bless you all. May God bless the United States of Biafra, and happy independence to the #1 country in the world, the United States of America. May God bless you. May God bless Donald J. Trump, your family, and for making the world a better place. Thank you all. Have a good evening. Bye, everyone.